Oh, damn. Sorry. 1 2 1 2. Welcome on in. Making sure everything's working fine. Oh, the face tracking is still enabled. Let me have to change that out. All right, cool. That was the Sony A6000. So in order to remove that during the live HDMI output, you need to initiate digital zoom. So yeah, that is one of the limitations of using older tech. So all right, let me just double check to make sure we have all active cameras. Yep, so we got Sony action camera A6000 and then the RX1, which I should try to get the remote, so instead of me having to reach up all the time. Yeah, that should be fine. Yes, so today just going to be doing some more tinkering. So the previous stream, I was assembling the 03W with the IRL box software. I managed to get it working and everything is fine. I literally had to ask Discord, and there was a step that I saw that was mislabeled, at least to my observation. So I was able to utilize the board to ingest a USB camera such as a DJI Action 4 and the 03W board along with the IRL bridge module was able to spit out a HDMI feed. Now, one of the issues that I saw, that it seemed like it was missing a frame or two, so it wasn't as smooth as a 30 frame per second camera. Celia Bay, yes, welcome on in. And I've also managed to get it working so that I'm able to stream, and that's me testing it out shirtless. Yes. Let me just get rid of that. Okay, so let me just remove the fan so it's easier to actually see the board unit itself. Okay, so again, this here is the 03W board from Radza. I should really get that remote. Slip, welcome on in. Hope you are doing well. What time is it over there now, Slip? Must be either really early or really late. So this here is a AAA battery. AAA. And this is the 03W board. Now, coming up to 8 a.m. Why so early? Wait, what day is it for you? Is it a Sunday? Damn. Oh, anyways. Oh, my camera's not on. Welcome on in for this stream. You was up at 5 a.m. Jeez Louise. Take care of yourself. Oh. So, okay, let me run through quickly what I have here. I realized that the 03W board, let me just pull everything off so it's easier to see. And let me get a pointy thingy majiggy, something to point with while on stream. I'll just use this fork. Yes, the battery. So this is how wide it is, and I'll show you how thin it is as well. So that this is a AAA battery. Let me just get that aligned. That is how thin it is. Maybe this way might be better. Yeah, that is how thin this board is. Now, the only issue is that this board requires a fan because everything heats up to very, very hot, almost 80 degrees Celsius. Some of these chips do heat up, hence why I've got this massive fan blowing on it. And it's the only fan I have available that I can play around with. Alright, so if I pull up the Radza 3W, hopefully we should be able to get some documentation. Nope. Let's see, overview. So this is the Radza webpage, and here we are looking at the Radza 03W page. Let me go through. There is, here we go. So the USB type C port labeled number 1 is specifically for USB 3.0 data, and USB port 2 is for USB 2.0 type devices along with power. So I've had to rejig this configuration in order for it to actually use it as a streaming device, such as a Orange Pi or a Radza Rock 5A. So the initial testing that I will show now is to show it in a sense that it can be used to actually be used as a video encoder for IRL streaming. Now, another quick run through is that the board itself has a inbuilt Wi-Fi module already built in. All right. Another thing that I will go through is utilizing this type of adapter. This is a so this will plug into the board. Here we have a power delivery port to apply power to, and then here we have another USB type C port to connect a device to. So this, I think they've given it a specific name, but I keep butchering it. Let's see, a USB type C on the go adapter with USB type C power delivery charge or pass through. So this is the adapter I'll be using to provide one, power into the board, and I'll be connecting another device into this as well. I unfortunately don't have a device that has a standard USB 3.0, so I'll be utilizing this USB type C, which then adapts to USB 3.0, and then I will use this TP-Link Wi-Fi adapter to plug into this device. So, and if I plug that into here, oh wait, here we go, where's the dot? This will be the device that then I will connect into the USB 2 port. Oh my goodness. Which is number 2, which is for power delivery, as well as USB type 2 devices. So unfortunately, because of the way this device has been designed, if I plug it in directly into the number 2 port, it blocks the number 1 port, which I'll be using to direct tether into my action camera. So in order to mitigate this issue until I can find another type of an adapter, I'm using a right angled or a 90-degree USB type C adapter. So this will plug into number 2, and then I will use this to plug into here. And then we have at least one port to apply power into. Now to connect a action camera, I want to try and keep this device very what would you call it, not slimline, but very functional, instead of having cabling go out and spread out like spaghetti. So I'm using another type of adapter. This here is a USB type C, but in this instance the other end is then it's 90-degree bend, but then also rotated in the vertical orientation. So that will connect into here, and I'll use a cable to connect into the action camera, which I will grab momentarily. Okay, let's just zoom out a bit, and let's unravel this C2C cable and get started. So one end will be plugged directly into the 03W in the USB 3 host port, and the other end will plug into the action camera, which I will power on momentarily. So we won't connect it in yet because we need the board to be powered on. Now, to power on, I'll just apply power into the input port of this adapter here, which will also supply power and connectivity for the Wi-Fi adapter into the board. So this configuration now will give us two Wi-Fi adapters. Cliff, I am tinkering with a very small scale board to be used potentially for IRL streaming. So this here is the RadZ03W, and I've connected quite a few devices here, which will allow me to connect a DJI action camera via USB tether, as well as another Wi-Fi USB adapter to the board. Now, this is just a USB type A to type C cable with a power meter. This will measure how much input power is being fed into the 03W. All right, let me grab a power bank. Yes, and to show you how extra tiny it is, here is a AAA battery. But the issue with this thing is that it generates quite a lot of heat. So a fan is definitely needed in order to keep this whole thing cool and operational. This is just the power bank, and I will quickly just attach the fan to this in this orientation, just so that we have cooling. Oh, missed it. Apply, apply, apply. And we'll just swing this out so you guys can see the board itself. Now we'll get another type of adapter. I was going to try and solder this piece onto the board because the board does have 5-volt pins, but I'll do that later on. My biggest fan. Oh. This is probably a bigger fan. This is the Noctua fan, but it's way too big to be used for this. All right, let's power on the fan because we need cooling straight away. 15 watt. Boom. All right, we've got fan. It is noisy. It's a loud fan, but it pushes air incredibly great. All right, let's now plug in the actual USB cable to power this device. We should have a green LED pop up. That means it's initiating, and when it starts blinking, it's then booting from the micro SD card of this board. I said when it starts blinking. Okay, good. Right, let me just rotate the fan and just secure it down a little further. All right. Now, because of the way that I've configured this system, and I've already pre-connected the internal Wi-Fi to connect to my personal phone in hotspot mode, that will allow me to connect to the remote via a web browser page. Now, there are two remotes. One is via a web browser, which uses the internet to communicate with this board. So I'm able to start, stop stream and change profiles. So this is the one type of feature that I would like the BellaBox software to run. Ooh, deadpan. Don't know yet. I have to get things working. Have to get things working first, okay? But yes, it is on the plans somewhere. Okay, so if I switch over to this or this, which one's better? This one here. So you may not be able to see it, and I don't know if I have the ability. Okay, I will do. So here I've already pre-configured different types of devices within this board. Now again, we are using the IRL box software in order to in order for it to be installed onto this particular board, because the BellaBox software isn't compatible with this board, but the IRL box software is. So let me just connect the camera. This is the DJI Action 4. We'll connect it via USB and oh, okay. It's made a liar out of me. Okay, we go into webcam mode. All right, so now the Action 4 is in webcam mode. And let me just mount the camera in a way so it doesn't slip. Okay, so the Action 4 is connected via USB tether via this white cable into the USB 3.0 host port of the 03W. And now, if we go back into the internet-based remote browser for the IRL box, if you go to the top here, I've already created several different profiles. Now, if we go down, right now it's set to the Pocket 3, but because we're using the Action 4, we have to now select the Action 4 profile. So if we select that, yep, the configuration within the IRL box will now switch over to all the profiles created for the Action 4, which means the video source is from an Action 4 and the audio source is from an Action 4. All right, so now let me switch to this scene and let me also enable the BellaBox, well, the live camera feed. Now I'll click start stream, give it a second. If the bitrate increases, we will see an incoming stream. One thing I've noticed is, okay, that crashed and burned. Ay. Let me just quickly check Wi-Fi. Yep, so they're both connected. So this is the internet-based remote setup. Oh, sorry, browser. So it's very, in terms of features, it's very limited and simplistic. So if you want to do more configuration, I will show you, but in the meantime, we'll just click start. Hopefully this will work better. All right, looks like we're getting a balanced stream, somewhat balanced stream. We've set the bitrate to, I think, 6,000 or 8,000. Let me check. 6,000. So right now, between two internet connections, we are receiving somewhat of a balanced bonded connection. So now let me turn on the stream. Okay, now let me switch over to the live scene. Hang on. Okay, it's very loud because the camera was literally next to the fan. So this is the Action 4 connected via USB tether into the 03W, and we have an internal Wi-Fi connection from the module and then an external Wi-Fi USB adapter to provide us with 2 internet connections for bonded connection. Now the configuration I have set up for the 03W has been sent to a RIST server. So instead of a BellaBox Cloud, which uses SRTLA, I'm using a RIST endpoint relay, which also offers bonding. And it's also priced at $5.99 USD a month. Whereas the BellaBox...
Pixel my AAA rated my stream with 8 viewers.
Jeez.
Pixel my AAA rated my stream with 8...
Welcome on in, everyone. Thank you for the raid, Pixel. Hope you are doing well. What did you get up to, by the way? Yes, wow. Thank you to everyone coming in with Pixel's raid. For those who are new here, which I don't know if you've raided me before, but anyways, for those who are new, my name is Mitmat. I am a, I guess, tech streamer, and most of the tech that I do stream is all specifically based on technology related for IRL streaming. So, and I don't have a fancy raid animation, much like Pixel. So, yes. So, most of my streams are all mainly tech based, and I have been developing quite a few different setups and systems for IRL streaming. So if you are interested or want to ask any questions or make any suggestions, please ask ahead or ask in chat, or you can join my Discord if you wish. And there's quite a few channels on my Discord, so you might get a bit confused. So yes. Also, Pixel, thank you for the raid again. If you do need to raid and run, by all means, and take care of yourself. Otherwise, everyone else who is in here, thank you for staying here as well. So I'm currently working on a... so I'm currently working... So this is a configuration that I have currently, which utilizes a board. If I will just quickly move that out, about the length of a bit larger than a AAA battery. So this is a very tiny board that I'm currently using right now. No worries, Pixel. Thank you again for the raid. Go and get those groceries. So yes, this is a very tiny single board computer that I'm currently testing to see whether it can actually be useful for IRL streaming. And for instance, this is an Action 4 camera. So it's almost the same, I guess, sizing of an Action 4. And in terms of thickness, if we bring it up, that is how thin it is. You're blowing it for turbo cool. Yes. If we could design like a mini turbo, that would be hilarious. Oh, for when we do like car streams. Also, welcome in, Thunder. Hope you're doing well. So let me now switch over to the live scene that I have specific for streaming IRL. Oh, fan is loud. Yeah. So this is a very compact type of board that I'm using to test. So currently only has two internet connections via the onboard Wi-Fi module of the board and a USB Wi-Fi adapter, so two internet connections. If you wanted more, then you're probably going to have to add a hub to accept more adapters and whatnot. But for a very small board, lightweight, and it doesn't look like it's consuming quite a lot of power as well. Right now I'm reading about 7.7 watts, and that's also being used to charge this Action 4 camera, which is now connected via USB tether. And I have tested it with my Pocket 3, but I think in that situation it wasn't able to charge the Pocket 3. It was able to, I guess, prolong its decline in battery usage, but not enough to charge the Pocket 3. So yeah, a very lightweight configuration. And right now I'm just looking at ways to get it into a design for being more mobile. Road. Okay, yeah. So again, this is the internet. This is the internet-based remote that you can just use a smartphone with the internet connected and connect to this very simplistic remote. It essentially just starts and stops streams, as well as the ability to connect to a Wi-Fi network, as well as increasing or decreasing audio, as well as increasing or decreasing bitrate. So it's very minimalistic and simplistic in this regard. But if I now show off this other connection, so I have an iPad here because I don't have any other phones available on me. So right now I need to Jet, welcome on in. Thank you for tuning in. You might be a bit confused because there's two cameras on screen, but it's okay. Okay, let's see. You did some experiments trying to get delay down from 5 to 5. It cost a lot of data above streaming 12K bitrate. The encoder was pulling 19. Wow. Okay. Hopefully you have enough data to cover that. I'm more of the budget kind, so I don't push too much. I'm usually streaming at 3000 just to be a bit budget conscious with my data banks in my SIM cards. Unsustainable. But I guess if you're doing a very specific stream that requires quality and you're able to provide it, at least for that month, then yeah, go ahead. Like if you're doing like a collab stream with a different streamer that requires high bit rates, then yeah. Otherwise, go back to your normal bitrate settings. So again, I'll just show you the simplistic remote that we have here, and now I will connect my iPad to the same hotspot that my personal phone is on, and I will now access the local configuration page for the 03W using the IRL box setup. So again, this is the more simplistic type of internet-based browser remote for IRL box. And now, zoom out. Oh, that should be fine. This is now the more this is now the remote page, which provides a lot more configuration for the IRL box software that's inside this 03W. So here we can see bit rates, as well as all other internet connections that's connected to the system. We also have stats. So now we can see what disk space is being used, what CPU usage is being used, what type of memory is currently being used. Well, although I'm pretty sure this board is a 2 GB board, as well as temperature. So this is something that's very interesting, because this particular board, I've seen a warning come up saying that it's detected the board running at 75 degrees Celsius. So seeing this hovering at 39 degrees Celsius is just amazing. So right now the system is currently streaming, so that you can't see a lot of the configurations here. But let me now stop the actual IRL stream, and you might not see that properly. Let me just zoom in. All right, so now I've stopped the stream. So now we have the ability to go through and make any adjustments to any of the settings. So for encoder settings, right now I believe, we can select Osmo Action 4, or if you have a Pocket 3 connected or other connections, then you can select the different configurations based on that, as well as the resolution, frame rate, and the audio. What we also have is, let me just check first, the stream settings. So for right now, as I mentioned, I am using the wrist protocol, which I have purchased a subscription from IRL hosting. Now, one of the great things that I found as a benefit when purchasing a endpoint relay from IRL hosting is the ability to purchase it with PayPal. So I think that is a great benefit in itself, because not everyone has access to a credit card when purchasing the BellaBox cloud service. We also have Wi-Fi settings and then some system settings as well, but there is more. But wait, there's more. There's even more configurations you can do. Here we have streaming, so we can see what profiles, we can see bitrate, the wrist, and pipelines. We also have the ability to, I think, import media from a USB storage device. We also have the ability to connect to DJI cameras if we're using wireless RTMP mode, because this device also has inbuilt Bluetooth. So we can automatically connect to a DJI device and then automatically initiate RTMP streaming from the Action 4 to the board. But then you've sacrificed one Wi-Fi connection in order to convert it into an access point. We also have the settings for network as well, so you can configure that too. And other is more detailed system settings as well. So if we go into system, there shouldn't be anything here. So we can save all the configurations that we have done. We can save it as a JSON file. And then if you manage to, for some reason, damage your board and you have to get everything reinstalled, you can re-import all your configurations that you have previously saved, saving you a lot of time and headache of redoing all the stream output settings, which is a bit of a headache if you ask me. We also have drive options. We also even have the ability to do HDMI out. Now, unfortunately, this particular board is very limited in some of these features that's stated in the configuration of this board. So you may not be able to do HDMI out. Other items as well is the ability to auto start streaming. So once you power the board, it will go through the process and auto start streaming of whatever profile you've already used last. So even if you don't have internet connected to this device, it will start streaming. And then the board will auto detect a previously connected I previously configured Wi-Fi connection and connect to it, and then it will start streaming to the RIST server. And a few other details here that I'm not familiar with, so I won't touch any of that. But yes, there's quite a few items on here. One of the specific features that this board has this software, IRL box software, has the ability to do is encoder settings. It does have the ability to do UVC picture-in-picture at the same time, or have the ability to swap between two USB-C camera setups. So it can essentially act as a basic switcher. We also have apparently we can also do the same for a single connection via RTMP and a single connection via UVC webcam as well. And apparently you can do 3 UVC connections, which I don't think this particular board has the ability to handle. So this is just literally configured to just use one USB webcam to stream. That's it. Nothing more. Now this, again, so if I were to now show you a different profile, so say HDMI wrist, the board will now apply this profile to the configuration. And if we go into here, because I don't have the adapter connected, it doesn't actually display anything, but it will. You know what? Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Let's do it live. Okay, let's do it live. So this here is the J5 Create Video Capture Hub. It does have the ability to have HDMI input as well as output, as well as 2 USB 3.0 ports and a USB Type-C power delivery to provide power to the board, as well as these 2 ports as well, which is important because if you want to keep your webcams powered while being used, then that's what this is used for. So let's zoom out. Oh, that might be too dark. Yeah, that might be too dark. Okay, so let's disconnect the camera. All right, that's disconnected. Let's now connect this J5 Create Hub, and I'll plug it into the USB 3 host port. And I'll also connect a power to this as well. And we need another power bank. Done. All right, so now I just need to change this cable around to a different cable. And all right, we will now connect a USB cable into the hub, and I will now plug it into the Action 4. We will now go into webcam mode on the Action 4, and I'll get another cable and I'll plug in my Pocket 3, which is here, and I'll just power this on. Oh, you guys can't. Oh, you guys can kind of see the top. All right. Okay, this is now looking like a more Frankenstein style setup, so I do apologize. So we'll now connect the second USB cable into this hub, and then connect the other end into the Pocket 3. And now the Pocket 3 is entering into webcam mode. All right, so if we were to now show off this interface, if I now select Pocket 3, it should auto preload all the configurations for the Pocket 3. Okay, it didn't. It just made a liar out of me. Okay, so there's the Pocket 3. So if we start the stream, and I'm pretty sure I've enabled this in this scene. Okay, maybe not. Oh, yep. Are you sure? Okay. So with this configuration, it has unfortunately disabled this Wi-Fi adapter, which is weird, but here we go. All right, let me now switch on the stream. All right, so this is the camera angle coming in from the Pocket 3, which is then connected to the hub, which is then connected to the 03W, which is then pushing out to the wrist server. It is a bit loud because of the fan, so I do apologize about that. Now, let's switch back to the previous scene. And now, if I were to stop the stream and okay, it didn't do it. It didn't take. Hang on. Okay, so we used the Pocket 3. We'll now select Action 4. We'll switch the profiles over, and hopefully we have kept the encoder settings. No, we have not. All right, let me switch this to Action 4. Apply changes. We shouldn't have to because everything should have stayed the same. And this should be now the Action 4 camera because, and the Action 4 audio, tap, because this is the Pocket 3 radio. So there was about probably a 5 to 10 second downtime to switch between the two cameras. All right. So now let me stop the stream of the wrist stream, and I will now switch over to a different configuration that I have been testing called pip test. This will now grant me the ability to utilize two different cameras whilst they are connected to the same hub. Now we have the Pocket 3 as well as the Action 4, and I have requested to utilize the side-by-side picture scaling, but using this, if I were now to start stream, we should now have the scene coming in from the Pocket 3. Now if you see on the iPad, I'm now going to click swap video. Yeah, okay. Something happened with the audio that it didn't retain itself while switching over to the different cameras. So I think it might have been an issue with the limitations of this particular board. So I think having a more beefier board, or at least with more 40 minutes to shop and then make it back. Jesus. So I need to shop and then make it back to Shibuya Station to catch the train back to Napori Station. Are we back? Something happened and OBS just full on crashed. So yeah. Right, I'm gonna have to look into this later on. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I've been running quite a few things and it's causing my OBS or my system to just crash randomly. So luckily I'm using my other PC to stream too. So whatever happens with this PC, the stream's gonna continue on. You're curious to know how well RISC performs in rough internet areas. It's supposed to handle 40-50% packet loss or 12% for SRT. Ah, true. Yeah, I don't know yet because I've only just purchased the RISC subscription 3 days ago, so I won't know until we test it out. I do know of a few places that do suffer quite a bit of reception, but that's reception. So whether or not having poor reception will retain stability, I don't think it will. I don't think RISC will have that ability to keep it stable enough for you to come back from a shitty reception area. So yeah, so far it seems to work fine, at least here at home, because I haven't actually gone out into the real world. Yeah, curious to see how well it does perform, only with 2 internet connections. All right, so I don't need this configuration, so I can I'll power down the unit and then change everything back over to the original form that I have configured, and that is 1 camera, 1 board, 1 power bank. Okay, let me just power everything down. Okay, boom, boom, boom. WT, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Currently just going through some configuration setups here with my new board that I am testing out, the 03W, along with the IRL box software and a different endpoint relay. What is the answer to today's most important question? I don't know if an important question was asked, but yeah, welcome on in. And today's a Monday, so there's no KFC today. I am currently in the process of cooking a roast lamb in a pressure cooker. So yes. Okay, that's the question. Okay, sorry, my apologies. I jumped the gun there for a bit. I am currently in the process of cooking a roast lamb in a pressure cooker. The pressure cooker itself is a 12-volt pressure cooker. So it is currently connected outside to my portable power station, the Blue Yeti AC180. I don't know. I just call it a roast lamb because it's just, I don't know. It works. All right. It's a 12-volt pressure cooker, believe it or not, and it works. So that's what I'm using. And yeah. But how are you doing, WT? What's for dinner for you? So every time I do my shopping, because I am part of the Woolworths mobile platform, the mobile phone platform, I do have a 10% discount at Woolworths. So every time we go once a month and do our once a month shopping, I do buy meats. Still hiding under a rock? Yeah, fair enough. Considering the situation, yeah, fair enough. Pete, thank you for arriving. Welcome on in. All right, so we have tested the configuration of the 03W board with a single camera, and then when we added a hub, we were able to connect two cameras and switch between the two at the same time with some caveats because the audio went missing. So yeah, my next thing that I want to get done is to solder these wires to the actual board itself. Now, in the previous 03W that I have used, it came with GPI open, so I was able to apply these pins, these sockets to insert onto those pins. But this particular board doesn't have pins, so I'm going to have to cut and solder these to the pins on this board. I just need to find... Okay, here we are. So this is a PDF about the board in particular. So now I need to pin the positive line to pin number 4 and then solder the negative ground to pin number 6. 1, 2, 3, and wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Okay. I know where we're at now. Face is off. How dare you? All right. Let's get started then. I'm just gonna chop off here. Okay. And now, being a very professional that I am, I'm just going to use some nail clippers to remove some of these sheath from these wires. Because, yeah. Alright, that's the negative. We might just zoom. And this is the positive. Okay, done. So we've stripped these wires, positive and negative. And now before we get started, I'm just going to remove everything from the board so as not to it doesn't affect me from attempting to solder. Okay. And we'll just pull these off. Let's remove the card so I don't accidentally depress on it and bend it in the socket. Okay, so I don't think I've ever soldered into something like this before. So do I tin the ends first and then solder on, or do I put some solder on the pins? I don't know. I've never done this type of soldering like this before. All right, here's some solder. This is Lewis Rossman. Yeah, this is believe it or not, a USB powered solder. So it's very low temp, still high enough to burn you, but low temp hobby style, which is what I'll be using right now. Okay, and I'll just use this metal thing just to make sure it doesn't fall over and kill. All right, let's see. 15 watt. Nope, I do have water, but with all these electronics nearby. No, no, no. All right, I might just tin the wires first. So watch me. I'm just waiting to see once the temperature has reached a high enough temp. Yeah, that's not that's there we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay. Now we need to we need positive on this side. Okay, maybe not. Oh, that might be the way. Put it that way. Kogan Mobile Oz bargain. Wow. Is that for the year or is that like a per month thing? Okay, let's see. I really need more light. I can't really see. Ah, shit. God damn it. Where? Light? Okay, this is like overkill. Okay. 365. Ooh, nice. Damn it. Is this it? There we go. This probably doesn't make for good stream content, but here we are. That's bad. So how do you prevent it from touching each other? You're waiting for the roast? Yeah, okay. My eyes, they're not good. Okay. All right, let's just make a trim on this. That's fucking too much. God damn it. Is that how you're supposed to do it? God damn it. Ah. It seems very thin, to be honest. Okay, let me think about what I'm doing here. Lane, welcome on in. I'm currently in the process of attempting to solder these cables onto this PCB board. I have no experience in this, so yes. I have soldered before, just never done it on an actual board. And I'm using nail clippers, yes, nail clippers to connect it in. Okay. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm in the process of getting a 3D design molded, but it really depends on what kind of adapters and I'm also going to end up using as well. So okay, here we go. Okay, so we need to, where's the, okay, dang it, if I put that here, I will bring it down. Oh, shit. I missed. Son of a bitch. Nope, I've got nothing professional like that. Okay, let me okay, here we go. Hopefully I haven't fucked up these pins either. Come on. Oh. Is that what you're supposed to do? Over under? Okay. Yep. As long as it's not bridging. As long as the solders don't bridge. Right? Alright, and then this side. I don't know if we can do more on this side though. So let me just use the camera so I can see. My eyes are dog shit. I can probably add some hot glue on top. Just to, and probably underneath, just to prevent it from the unintentional touch. Yeah, they seem stiff. So, all right, that'll work. All right, good enough. Good enough. All right, let me just. Fuck, this is gonna burn me, and I have been burnt before by the fucking solder because I've turned it off, but I forget to let it cool down. All right, so let me just provide power to this system, just so that we know that the fan actually powers on. Okay, power back up. You got prepaid data to burn 200 gig, so can you use your Twitch app to watch stream just for? Yeah, for sure. Or you can just start torrenting everything. All right. So this is the ultimate test to see whether or not my skills as a solderer will work. So these two pins are 5-volt positive and ground for this board. So if I were to now apply power into this board, what will happen? Yeah, that's the power port. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. We have fan spin! Yay! Okay, good. It's currently drawing 2.5 watts. That's powering the board, and the holy shit, that tweezer almost touched. Okay. Ah, hooray! Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. So now I don't have to provide a separate power bank just to provide power to this fan, because it's all now powered off the single board. And this, okay, and I've just literally used a standoff just to use one bolt to just hold the fan over the board that gets hot faster. All right, so and I've decided to use this black adapter, so then I can just change out the fan to a more quieter one when I get my hands on another Noctua fan. So during the testing, we'll keep it as is, and then when I'm happy with it, I'll smash this as well as the underside with some hot glue so that it will hold the cables as well as prevent any crossover of the cabling. I hope. I think that's how it's supposed to be worded. Okay. All right, let me now plug in all the devices. So I'll just do another run through. Because this is a on-the-go cable, or sorry, on-the-go adapter, it does have a power delivery input. So I'm able to push power in onto this port as well as add another USB Wi-Fi adapter here. So we can get that done. All right, but unfortunately, because of how wide it is, I'll do it on the underside so it's easier for you to see. If I plug this in directly, it will block access to the second port. So I am using a adapter. So this is this is an angled USB-C to USB-C adapter, to which I will plug like this, and then I will plug in the gear like that, and then I will plug in a side adapter to mount in like this. That way then I can add the cable for the camera here, and then the cable for the power here. So it's literally one cable in this way, and then a USB Type-C cable in this way to the camera. So Yep, that's cool to touch. All right, we can put this away so we don't burn ourselves, which I have done so multiple times in the past. So yeah. All right, let's do this. All right, so this again is what the configuration is for now. When I get more slimmer adapters, this could be even more smaller. All right, let's I'll just put this away so I don't forget where I put it. Shit. So this is a 3-meter one, so I think it might work better with a shorter one. Unfortunately, I don't know where I put my shorter ones, so yeah. All right, so put this here. So I'm just going to clean up a little bit so it's not as fucking like a bombshell here. Okay, let's now utilize. So I need to make sure that my hotspot from my phone is enabled, because that is how the internal Wi-Fi module is connected to provide internet. It's currently on. Let's plug this in. All right, let's now provide power to the system. Oh, wait, I need to plug in the SD card, which contains the operating system. This particular board does have a eMMC chip, but for the present moment, I'm just going to utilize the micro SD card for the time being. Okay, let's now plug in this cable into a power bank. I'm just going to choose 15 watts because the most I've ever seen this board consume. Yes, it's fan. The most I've ever seen this board consume is about 8 watts, but that was when the fan was connected to a separate power bank. Now with the fan literally soldered on, I want to see how much extra draw this consumes. All right, so this is now operating. Let me also now enable the IRL box internet-based remote browser, and then we'll see what happens. So we do have both cameras. So we have the Action 4 here, and then we also have the Pocket 3. We'll start off with the Action 4. I'll just turn on the Pocket 3 now so we can try and drain some battery from it to see whether or not this system is enough to provide charge power to the Pocket 3. Refreshing the remote. All right, so the remote states it is set in the UVC Action 4 profile, which is what I have pre-configured. It also states we have 2 internet connections connected, both of which are via Wi-Fi. We also have a bitrate set to a maximum of 6,000. We also have an audio level set to number 1, as well as the delay set to 0. And then these are the configurations for the Wi-Fi. And then the system, it literally has power off and reboot. So a very simplistic remote, which is fine. All right, let's now plug in the Action 4. Let's power it on. We have the Action 4 powered on. Let's now plug in the cable. It's a USB-C to C cable. Sometimes this is weird, at least with this cable. Yeah, see, I plugged it in. It didn't go into webcam mode. I've plugged it in again. All right, we've now set the Action 4 to webcam mode. We'll now head over to here, and we will now make sure, yep, we've set to Action 4 as the profile. We'll now start stream. Ooh. Okay, so this is the Action 4, and it is USB tethered into the 03W, and the 03W looks like it's consuming about 8.1 watts of power. So everything you see here is all powered from one single cable from this power bank. So the USB Wi-Fi adapter, the 03W, the fan, and then also the Action 4. The Action 4 has now reached a battery percentage of 93%. JPR, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. So it looks like this very simplistic setup is able to sustain a stream with 2 Wi-Fi connections and also powering the Action 4 as well as a fan. Now let me just pick this up in a very delicate manner so I don't bend the cabling. So yeah, this is the board. Running all the adapters. And yeah, very minimalistic in terms of the space that's needed here. And powering the Action 4 as well. So let me just bring that down. So just a quick, oh, hang on, wait, that's a bit loud. So 2 Wi-Fi connections, and we have also pre-configured the 03W board to push out a stream using the RIST protocol and not a SRT-LA or BellBox Cloud type endpoint relay. So yeah, all right. So what we can do now is stop the stream, switch the profile over to the Pocket 3, and then connect the Pocket 3 and then start stream again. All right, let me switch over to the remote page and stop. Okay, this is the thing that does happen. So on the live scene, the last frame stays on. So I don't know how to get rid of that, but it is what it is. Okay, let me just make the other screen disappear for a moment. So now I'm going to disconnect the Action 4. And now I'm going to connect the DJI Pocket 3. It will go into webcam mode. It's a liar. Let me flip that over. Another liar. It's lied to me. It's lying. It's lying to me. Okay, let me check to see if this. I don't think it's the cable because we just tested the Action 4. All right, let me try again. Nothing. Okay. So sometimes it's the cable that I have to disconnect from the board itself. Let's try this. And now let's retry the cable into the camera. Nothing. Okay. Let me reattempt to connect to the Action 4. Action 4. All right. To see if this can go back into webcam mode. It can. So I don't know if it's a cable issue or if it's a camera issue. But either way, let me just do that. Let me now unplug. All right. Let me now just power this off. And now let's repower on the Pocket 3. Now let's also connect the cable. Okay, that was weird. Oh, okay. We're not in webcam mode because this isn't highlighted as green. So something must have happened. Let me just unplug and then replug again. Yep. Okay, now the Pocket 3 is in webcam mode. Oh, it's just disconnected again. How dare you? So it might be just the cable. I don't have that many good USB-C cables though. Hang on, let me just grab something. Okay, this is a Bon Elk C2C cable with a right-angled connector. So this is 2 meters long. I don't think length matters. Also, JPR, thank you for tuning in. Let me just turn off the Pocket 3. Yeah. And then let's actually undo the white one first. Put that aside. And let's undo this one. Let it coil out. We'll plug the straight one into the Radza 03W, and then we'll plug the other end. What we might try first is the Action 4, because that seems to work regardless of what cable we use. And it's not working. How dare you? All right, let me try. Again. Okay, so now, Jesus. Okay, let's just start the webcam, and then we'll just start a test stream from the wrist. Action 4, start. Make sure that we have an actual stream. Alright, this is the Action 4 connected via the new Bon Elk cable into the 03W, and we are now streaming using the IRL box software and streaming to the wrist protocol using 2 internet connections, both of which are over Wi-Fi. Okay, this will be... I will stop the stream now and then switch over to the Pocket 3. Okay, so the Action 4 works with this cable. So now let's attempt to try to connect to the Pocket 3. Okay, let's now plug in. Okay, let's now unplug again. I'll unplug it from the 03W. I'll replug it into the 03W. Then I'll plug it back in to the Pocket 3. Weird. So unless it's a very specific cable. The only other test I can try is to use another USB-C to USB Type A adapter. And then, oh, there we go. Okay, it's connecting webcam mode. It's not webcam at the moment. Let me just check. Apparently it is charging the battery, but yeah, it might be the adapter. Man down, man down. All right, let me now plug in directly into the Pocket 3. All right, nothing has shown up. Let me now unplug from the 0, replug back in. Nothing. Let me unplug. Let me pull this adapter. Let me plug in directly. Instead of using any adapters, we'll just plug in directly. Then, okay, so we have webcam. And we're in webcam mode. All right. And now we're not in webcam mode. So something is up. Something is definitely up. And I just need to grab that adapter before I run over with it with my okay, shit. Let's try with a different cable configuration. That makes sense. Okay, let's pull that out. Let's plug you back in. Let me try this. Okay, and now we try this straight cable into the Pocket 3, which is not what I want, but it is what it is. Let me turn off the Pocket 3. Let me power on the Pocket 3. Okay, and spinny Rooney. Okay, and now let's connect the Pocket 3. The Pocket 3 looks like it's entering into webcam mode. It is in webcam mode. We'll give it a few more seconds before it decides to disconnect again. Oh, it just powered off. Okay, that was weird. I've never seen that happen when connected to a USB cable. It just auto powered off or auto restarted. Okay, that is interesting that this is happening with the Pocket 3. All right, so let me hold down the power button. This will ensure that the Pocket 3 will do a full shutdown, and then we'll click and hold the power button. This will now re-enable the Pocket 3. Let's now reconnect again. Nothing. All right, undo. Sometimes we've got to flip. All right, we are now entering into webcam mode. It's in webcam mode, and I think it took probably, literally 2 seconds, and then it deactivated to that. All right, let's try another connection method, because I do really want to try and figure this out, so that if we are using the Pocket 3, and then if we need to use a different camera, such as the Action 4, we have that ability. All right, so now I'm going to utilize a USB Type-C to USB Type-A adapter, and now we'll use the side-mounted adapter as well. Okay, now we will connect the Action 4 first, unless I need to do a full reboot before switching to a different camera, which shouldn't need to do. Right, let's just plug in to the Pocket 3. The Pocket 3 is now entering into webcam mode. It is in webcam mode, and we'll just wait a couple of seconds to see whether it stays in webcam mode or it reboots the camera. And we'll just check to see if it's charging. It says it's charging the external battery and is at 61%. The power draw from the power bank is looking at 7.7 watts as the maximum, and we'll just check here at 61. All right, so it still looks like we're in webcam mode, so that's a good sign. Let me now switch over to the internet-based remote, and here we will switch from the Action 4 profile, we'll switch to the Pocket 3 profile. And now we've switched to the Pocket 3. I'm now going to initiate the stream, and I'll just enable the scene. And now let's wait and see if these numbers lie or not. See if these numbers lie or not. All right, so this is the DJI Pocket 3 in webcam mode connected to the 03W through a few adapters. And right now the maximum draw I am looking at is 8.4 watts of power from the power bank. We also have the connection of 2 Wi-Fi internet connections bonded. And yeah, this is the Pocket 3 using a few adapters to connect via USB UVC tether to the 03W board. Now let me check on the battery percentage, because it was at 61. It's still holding at 61, so I guess that's a good sign. So yeah, we could utilize this setup as a very small simplistic setup for IRL streaming, just only utilizing 2 internet connections at the present moment, and 1 power bank that has the ability to output at the very minimum 10 watts, which is 5 volt 2 amps, which most power banks are able to do currently. So I wonder if, what would a 5,000 milliamp hour power bank do? But I haven't encountered a power bank that has the ability to accept input charging while in itself is also outputting power. Much like a uninterruptible power supply in a very small form factor, unless I were to incorporate my WaveShare UPS Model D with 2 battery cells as the power source. So far 8.4 watts of power is being detected to be pushed into the 03W, which in itself is providing power to the onboard fan, as well as providing charge power to the Pocket 3. And we are still holding out at 61% on the battery for the Pocket 3. And that sound is the Action 4 powering down, because I forgot to turn it off. Alright, so yeah, this I think is an even smaller type setup. I think what we can do is I might put an order in for another USB OTG adapter to try and remove any extra adapters on this board. I might just make the Bella Box scene disappear. So yeah, Pocket 3 03W board. So it's line in, camera USB, and then a line out, which is the power cable for this setup. Not sure what else that can be done to try and minimize this type of configuration. But from what I'm seeing, I'm able to utilize and see quite a more minimalistic approach to the setup here. With the Pocket 3, the cable, yeah, it's not as a long cable. Okay, what I might do just quickly is to stop the stream, flip the cable over and see if we're able to still continue to stream, or see if the Pocket 3 is able to still connect to the 03W board. So let's okay, let's go here. Let's stop the wrist stream, and then I will unplug the Pocket 3 cable, and then I will rotate it to a more usable configuration, which in this case is the angled down configuration. And hopefully, yep, we have webcam connection. And yep, we have it here. And now we should be able to initiate the wrist stream. We still have Pocket 3 enabled here. And wrist. I might delete this one. Video capture device. I might delete this one. Video capture device. Yeah, I will delete. We don't need that. Yeah. Remove. We don't need that. Remove. All right. Well, double audio hand. All right. Well, double audio hand. All right. So this is the Pocket 3 connected into the 03W. We still have 61% on the battery, so it hasn't gone down, but it also hasn't gone up as well. The 03W has 2 internet connections, both being provided over Wi-Fi. The RRL box software that's installed on the 03W has also been configured to push out its stream to a wrist endpoint relay server, and the Home OBS is able to pull that server video down and then apply overlays and then push out to the stream. So yeah, I'm thinking of, let me pull down the top down camera. Adapter here. Oh, you guys can't see that. So this adapter here, which is labeled as a on-the-go USB Type-C on-the-go adapter with power pass-through, I might get one that has a native USB 3.0 port available, and that way then I can remove the USB Type-C adapter that I have here from C to USB Type A. So one of those that I found is where's Chrome? All right, so this is the Good 2-in-1 USB-C on-the-go adapter. Now it's not as I guess centered or offset compared to the previous one I have, which is this one here, or something similar to this. So this port is offset from the edge, and that is causing an issue of trying to utilize the secondary port of the 03W. So this adapter is more in line, or at least closest to the edge of the device. So hopefully that will allow me to plug this in directly into the 03W board without the use of the right angled adapter that I'm currently using at the moment. So if I have the new adapter, it will remove a majority of this offset here, and because this adapter has a native USB 3.0 port, I can then connect the Wi-Fi adapter directly into the device itself. One thing that could also be more beneficial is to have the on-the-go adapter natively connect into the 03W board instead of using this right-angled adapter. But that really depends on how fat it is on the edge, and if it doesn't interfere with connecting into this adapter here. That means though, if this adapter plugs into the side of this 3W board, I'll have to get another connector to attach the power cable to, so that it's not sticking out where my finger is right now at the moment. This finger here. I want the cable to then flow into here like that. So yeah, this is it. All right, let me think about what else I can do. I will get a smaller fan, so that's not a problem there. So I can get a smaller fan, or a more thinner fan that still runs off 5 volt and not as noisy, so like a Noctua fan, and we might start prototyping a case to fit around this, or we might wait until we receive the on-the-go adapters and then create the 3D printed case to house this as well as the fan. That way then we just literally have one end for USB-C power delivery input, and then on the other end we'll have it maybe loose like this, so then we can connect different sized USB cables to connect into the cameras. Now let's have a look and see at what the battery percentage is currently left at. We go here. So this is the Pocket 3. We're still at 61%. So we're not decreasing power, but we're not also increasing power. It's holding at that point, which is good. It's not bad. It would be good if it was able to charge higher, but we'll take what we can get. So yeah. All right. Oh, hang on. Let me see how far back that was. All right, let me pull that back. So I might get this adapter, the Good adapter, which does allow me to connect a full-size USB 3.0 device to. We might just stop the stream because we're not really needing it at the moment. So I might get myself this adapter. Maybe, oh, there's this one here too. So this one has a 3.0 face, whereas the one I have only has a Type C. Let me just remove that. Yeah, so we might be able to get ourselves this then, maybe. So we get ourselves one of these, and me. So this is delivered before 29th. I doubt that, considering where I live. I honestly doubt that. The Good, very similar date range as well. This is something I've been looking at. You should get one of those too. Yeah, it really helps with if you have very limited ports, and you can also use this for your phone as well, or if your smartphone has USB-C ports, you can plug this in. You then can plug in a power cable into here to keep it charged. Then you can plug in a device that you need to plug into your phone. So it can work in that regard as well, which I might buy here. So we'll just add that to cart. Might as well. Yeah, it's just small things. Let's just add that too. This I haven't tested yet, so I have no idea if this will work. Apparently we can apply excuse me, 100 watt of total delivery USB-C power delivery through the base here, and then we have 4 USB 3.1 ports here, as well as this USB Type-C port, which according to the images can supply up to 65 watts of power. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, so I think that might be a good thing. Quite possibly, yeah. To do that. It's in a pressure cooker. It takes time for it to cook. WT, bro, you're it'll get there. Which means I have to get making on all the other stuff as well. Potatoes, chips, maybe gravy. Okay, right. I can do this. I can do this. We need to also look for a fan as well. I don't know if maybe Amazon does sell them, but it might be high priced. So why is the keyboard? Okay, Noctua 5-volt. Let's see. God damn. So we need a A410, but that's expensive for what it is. A410, goddamn, $45. A6, what's that? Oh, $43. A420. All right, let's type it in. A410, 5-volt, A4-10. God damn. This is all. What about the thermal right fan? Which one? Also, welcome in Corrupt. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if the 03W has fans. Let me look. AliExpress. Oh, you spend over $100, you get $12 off. Yeah. Hang on, let me see if I can find the page without exposing. Okay, so we need to go into the Radza official page. Here we go. And products. This is a single board. This is the 0 series. They only sell the boards. So they sell the boards. I don't know about accessories. So where's accessories? Heat sink, power adapter, metal case. There's nothing here about fans. So this is for the Radza CM, X2 CM, 02 Pro, 5A, X4, 5B, 3B, not. Oh, apparently this can be used for the 5 Plus as well. I doubt that. So there's a heatsink for the 3W. Yeah, not looking great, but that's okay because we have other fans here. But I think, right, since I stopped, okay, because I'm not streaming the camera, it's slowly charging. So you got the 412 for the Rock 5B. Nice. All right, so this is the 03W configured to stream with a USB-C UVC webcam. Let me try and flip it over. Let me twist this power bank first because it's might be easier to show this way. So here we have the underside of the 03W. So the USB Type-C port to the left, this is USB 3.0 port 1. This is for data. On the USB-C port on the right, this is USB-C port 2. Now this is specifically used for power in, as well as connecting any USB 2.0 devices too. In this instance, I'm utilizing a right-angled adapter to then feed a on-the-go USB Type-C adapter with power pass-through. I've then connected a USB-C to USB-A adapter to connect this Wi-Fi USB dongle. The reason why I'm using the original angled adapter is because this has such a large backside, it will block the USB Type-C port here. Now, what I could do is use a single riser to attach this, but then it'll make this part fatter. So I don't know if I want to do that. And then I'll have to find another adapter to apply this power input via a 90-degree angle. On this side, I have another USB Type-C to Type-C female adapter, and then I have it connected to this USB Type-C to USB Type-A adapter. And let me flip over. All right, so now I have soldered these line pins directly to the board, so we don't have to provide another USB power delivery system to just power the fan. Everything's just literally running off one USB Type-C input. So here we're drawing about 4.8 volts and we're drawing about 8.1 watts of power, and that is running a USB Wi-Fi adapter, the fan, the 03W board, as well as ever so slowly charging the Pocket 3 system. So now if I were to just zoom out, and if we now switch over to the internet-based remote for the iRoll box system, let's now start. Okay, this Wi-Fi adapter is no longer connected. I wonder why. My hotspot is still on, so let me turn it off, and then let me reboot this system as well, because I don't think we've rebooted since we've done quite a lot of modifications to the board. So we'll just reboot the system. I'll also re-enable my hotspot on my phone, and yeah. Now again, I probably won't create any 3D printed cases yet, because I do want to try and get this a bit more smaller, which means I need to purchase equipment. So just double checking, probably don't have another. I do have another fan that I can pull from a different board, just so that we can get things measured and assembled correctly. However, I think I'm gonna have to buy the fan from like PC Case Gear or Scorptech, which is going to be priced at a more competitive price. So let's see what we have on the cart. Right, so we've got some side angled HDMI adapters. We'd have another USB Type-C power delivery on the go adapter, but in this instance, instead of a USB Type-C port, we now have a USB 3.0 or 3.2 port here. We might not need these for the time being. We definitely need a few of these. We can probably remove this. This is an interesting item because, and then we'll definitely need to buy these. This is an interesting item because it does have a USB, male and then a female for power delivery. It also has a host USB-C port as well as 2 USB 3.0 ports. So what I'm thinking is that we could utilize this adapter to provide power in, a connection to the USB camera, as well as a port to attach a Wi-Fi USB adapter to. So we can have everything all in one adapter essentially. The only problem that I can foresee is how to mount this, because if we were to mount this to the one of the ports, I don't know, can I even provide power to the second USB-C port? I don't know. We got 3 minutes of ads coming up. Apologies. I'll also check on my roast. Excuse me. But let me spin you around because it's enough sunset. Oh shit. Oh shit. I can hear it. I can hear it. Better go. Better go, 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 go. Can you hear the rain? Can you hear the fucking rain? Okay. Oh yeah. CFB, why are you staring? No, it's not focusing on me. Okay, the pressure cooker is finished cooking. So now I need to go and check to see what else I need to get done. Should I bring you guys out? I should have a longer cable. This is the entire setup is very delicate, unfortunately. So I don't even know if this will work. Let's give it a crack. Okay, I need... This should be a longer cable, to be honest. Let me switch. Oh, okay, it just died. I think I still have the setting configured to auto start stream. So let me just get that in. Nope, it's not working. All right, let me undo the cable. And then let's plug in the cable. Wait for webcam mode to kick in. And then we will make sure we have the Pocket 3 selected as the profile. We will now start stream. I'll mute the main mic. All right, so this is the Pocket 3. Oh god damn, this is very... It's a very convoluted configuration. So this is the rock, the 03 plus. So the 03W, damn it. Running the wrist server on the IRL box software. I'm pretty sure I've butchered everything I've just said, so. Alright, let's try and see what we can do in terms of the stream while walking around the, or just walking around outside, at least in the household, as if we were doing an IRL stream. It's warm out here, so that actually might test the battery. Oh no, the cooling. No, I need the other tripod. Oh, I'm in hotspot mode, so chat might not load up. Okay, here we go. I am hearing it monitoring on the headphones. This makes things a lot easier. Alright. Okay, I'll be back with the pressure cooker. The 12-volt pressure cooker. Alright, here we go. Bring you outside. Let's see how well reception is out there too. Okay, this is the Rock Armor 12-volt pressure cooker. Actually, I should... Just can't see anything. Turn around. Alright, so this is the 12-volt pressure cooker. This is the Buyeti. We consumed about 27%. Yeah, unfortunately, I am unable to remove the pot. I've already removed the shit. Okay, let's turn it off. Okay, let's now. I don't want to damage the pot either, because any scratches does make it worse. I need rags. So how do I undo it? It locks in like that. Okay, it's just the lid sealed. Lamb, roast lamb cooked in a 12 volt pressure cooker. Alright, let me bring this in. Just burn my hand. Alright, let's head back in. So maybe we need to think about what kind of cable we use in the future, as this seems to be a bit too non-bendable with our setup. Let's có chip không? Okay. Cái này still nóng lắm, so I have to charge xíu.
Đâu cần ghế vì có không? Có không? Có hiện đang làm.
Có đi.
Có không? Trời, cái ngon ghê, cái smell nó ngon quá.
Ăn đi. Không nhiều lắm nè.
Nó rửa được cái bát table bóc.
Dưa hả?
Trời ơi, mango.
Mango. mà có xài cái oil cho gravy không 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 sao.
Ôi cái này.
Cho cái gravy.
Không không.
Ok.
Ôi đó nè. Ôi đó bỏ vô để nó mới làm chứ.
Nắm mày. Cái phần này.
Cái này gì đây?
Cái rag má bỏ ngoài. Rồi tao không muốn burn cái bàn. Okay, I wonder if my longer cable works. So this is the 1.2 meter cable. I wonder if my 2 meter cable works. Huh? Oil and bone. Yeah, but nắm nè, am I careful? Okay, let me. Yeah, I don't have the adapter back here, so I'm gonna have to do this. Then this. Shh. It's Rebel Scotty B. Welcome on in. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah. So just testing the 03W along with the Pocket 3 and 2 internet connections currently. So far, everything seems to be working great. Not many interruptions, I don't think. Maybe. But yeah, if this works out the way I think it does, then this is a new type of board that I could configure to be used as an IRL setup kit. Smaller form factor, although I say smaller, but as soon as you add everything, it's pretty much the same size. But yeah, right, let me stop the wrist stream and let me power this down. Let me also power down the camera. Let me now also check to see how much actual power is left. All right, that's pretty good. The power was the same. It didn't drop, but also didn't increase. So, not bad at all. Not bad at all if I say. I say. Alright, let's get things prepped and configured. So, the roast lamb was... The top lid was just sealed. So I had to use some elbow grease to remove the top lid from the pot. And voila, we were able to access the juicy roast lamb in the pressure pot. All right, so this is the configuration here, the 03W board. And yeah, we have a active fan cooling. So awesome. All right, let me power down the system and then have a look at how we can go about building a 3D printed case for this particular system. And then we'll look at something with if we were to utilize a different adapter, we'll use a different type of configuration as well. We'll just wait for the green light to stop blinking. Power off, yes. And that will indicate the system has shut down. It's not blinking anymore, so let's undo. All right. So it looks fine. I may need to add some hot glue to these pins, just in the event of any tearing. We should be okay. Right, let's just remove the fan. Then I might just for the time being get the Noctua fan from a different body. All right. So here we have the 3W with an assortment of adapters to make this thing run. So we might keep maybe some kind of a port here to allow for connecting a cable. All right, let's do some tinkering. Okay, for this we need to measure the thickness of this adapter so we can get an idea. This is 13 by 21.5. So 13 by 21.5. Oh, we'll just wait for that to reload. 13 by 21.5. Right, so I need to create 13 height, 21.5 length, and thickness. I'll just quickly measure that. We are 8 mil thick. Okay, so now we need to make sure this matches with what we are seeing here. So if we drop that to there, point 1. Okay, let's just get the keyboard here so we can figure out. All right, so we need to trim that off. Also, we need to figure out the depth. Between the edge of the adapter to the side of the micro USB, and we are reading 1.7. So we just need to double check what 1.7 looks like. Ooh, okay. It has depth. Yes. All right, let's see. That means we need to shift this down. All right, as well as we need to figure out the height overall. So we just need to zero that. 8.2. So from, we'll just do a quick 8.2. Okay, let's have a quick squiz to see where we are at. Oh wow, okay. So we can remove this. Okay, we need to copy paste this so we can keep a record. Undo. Let's increase this to here. Yep. Then this one we can shrink. And then it was 21.5, I believe. Yep. And then that is it, I think. That is the equivalent. Let's group that. Let's color this purple. So this purple shape represents this adapter. Now, for argument's sake, let's remeasure this particular adapter. This is 25.2, 7, 12. All right, let's have a look. So let's go Length is 25.2. Thickness is 7. Height is... Actually, no. Height is 7. And then thickness is 12. Let's double check again. 12. 25.2. 7. All right, let's have a look. 12, 25.2, 7. Okay. Let's now see if this matches. No, it does not. Okay. All right. We're on the road to... Oh, wrong one. Copy, paste. So these adapters are part of the old setup. So now we need to make sure we get these conformed to a way that we want. 25.2 and 7. And we will now red alignment, red alignment. Okay, so the red is all the exact measurements. That's great. Okay, now we need to measure the USB type C. So we need to measure the offset from the edge. What's that? 3. As well as the overall height. .5, and just shits and giggles, 8.1. All right. Oh shit, 8.1. And then the difference between this to the edge offset, 3. Okay, let's move. And then this to this, we will then, okay, I think that is it. Then, what was 8.5? 8.1 was the length. Oh, okay. 2.3 is what we measured as the actual pin. So what was 8.5? Oh, the height. The height was 8.5. 8.5. So now we need to bring this up higher. Okay, let's delete that. Let's grab these two. Let's center it to here. And let's group that. Color this purple again. So this adapter represents this, and then for the other one we have it here as well. So they're both purple. So we might copy paste, put that aside for another configuration, although this will now have to undo that. Let's now measure this. This is 2.3, 8.1. Okay, so 2.3 and lengthwise 8.1. Okay, these two, we need that to be aligned. Okay, I think that might be it. Group, we will color that as well. So these two, delete, delete, copy paste for another time. All right, let's okay, we might have to rethink about the cage. So put that in the center, we'll drop that down. Then we will, yeah, I think we're gonna have to rethink what kind of a cage we want for this configuration. Okay. And then this is also okay. So now I need to measure the length of how. Oh, okay. Yeah, if that's, and then if we were to increase this by another, then on, that doesn't make any sense because then this will interfere. Do I have things wrong? Do I have things measured wrong? This is 2.8, possibly 3. That's 2.8, and this is 1.7. So 2.8, 1.7. 2.8 plus 1.7, 4.5. So that would mean if I put this and then put this as 4.5, we should have a gap. Okay. There is something odd, so let me have to recheck some dimensions. Undo. Ooh. 2.8. Okay. Was it 2.8? This is the .9. Yeah, 2.8, 2.9. All right, let's. Okay, close that. We'll group this, and this should be 1.7. If I measured that correctly. Yeah, okay. Let's color that. Let's apply this to here. Then this will be brought down. Okay. So this is odd because according to this, these adapters should be not in line with each other. That one needs to go up because they barely interact. Yeah, this one, it doesn't seem to. Yeah, that's it. That's the adapters according to. Oh, delete that. Copy paste. Okay, so that's that adapter. We'll now need to construct one based on the on-the-go USB Type-C. So first of all, we'll just measure overall length and height and thickness. 36.1, 7.1, 15.7. Jesus, these are all very specific. 36. So let's create a shape of 36. Then we have 15.8. Then we have a thickness of 7.1. All right, and then we might just increase the steps. We'll do a radius of 1. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, now we need to measure the overall height of the USB Type-C connector. 10.5, 8.1, 2.3. Okay, so here is 10.5, 8.1, 2.3, and then that back to here. We might just rotate the entire thing. Okay, and I forgot to change scenes. Alignment, and now we need to measure the offset from the edge. .2. Okay, so we do 10.2. Now we will, you know what, we'll group these, that to that. We'll then align. We'll then ungroup this, delete. We also might just bring this down so we know that it's there. This we will also increase it to that type. What else is there? Right, so we need this, copy paste. We will rotate this. This will be a hole. We will align this to here. And let's also measure the collar that we have here. 4.8, 10.4. So 4.8, 10.4, 3.7. 4.8, 10.4. So let's copy paste. This is 4.8. We can figure out the 4.8, 10.4, 10.4. And then we need the height. 3.6. Let's go. 3.6. Okay, just so that we can see it better, we will delete this. We will then alignment of this in this regard, and it seems more circular, so we'll increase this to 2, maybe 3. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there is also, let's go, oh, how do we do this? Copy paste. Let's create this as a whole. Doesn't really matter how deep it is, as long as it penetrates. Let's bring this to here. Let's now do some alignment, and it does seem to be in line. Okay, let's group all of it. Penetrates. Yes, all the words. All right, so this is a 3D mock-up of the on-the-go adapter that we are currently setting up to use. Shit. How do we... So that will mount into this. I wonder if these weird angles will still provide. Oh, okay. Apparently it does. Okay, so now we need to measure the actual distance it is from the board itself. So we need to okay, so this will utilize the inner ring. I would go from this side maybe. Yeah. So the inner, or the first adapter is 5.2. The second one is 4.8. 5.2, 4.6. So the first one is 5.2. Yep, 5.2. So that is how much distance there is from the edge of the board to the surface of the adapter, at least for this first adapter. And we go 5.2. We'll now shift this into place. Okay, it's just touching. All right. And this one we measured it being 4.7. Interesting, but let's go. We go here, then we'll mark out 4.7. Then we will change the adapter to match the depth. Then here we will do very similar type of work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close enough. All right, now we need to measure the interface between the right angled adapter to this adapter. So we'll just measure between the edge .6. Right, now we will. Oh, that's not what I wanted. The hell happened there? Now we need to shimmy this adapter 5.6. This will give us a true representation of this adapter on this board. As well as height. So that's one thing we need to measure as well, is the actual height of these standoffs. .2. 5.1. All right, let's go 5.2. So if we create columns based off those standoffs, we will get a height. Undo. So we select all. We won't select the holes. Okay. So that is essentially the height. But then if we wanted to add a layer, what was that? 5 point. Okay, undo that. Then we need to add a layer of 2.5. So 5.2 plus 2.5, 7. Let's call it 8. So if we increase this to 8, we will also then incorporate the thickness of whatever 3D print we also will apply. We'll keep this over here for now. We'll also create a copy of this adapter, and I've completely forgot to change scenes. Apologies. We will also need to add a fan, but we do have a shell here where we can hack off the fan and copy paste. Okay, that's now boom. All right, so we can expand this to get a indication of location of this pin. And rotate. All right, so that is where the fan is currently situated at this present moment. So what we could do is, we don't need it all the way. we can probably shift it across, because the fan will be attached via its own bolts, so we can probably shift it down to here, so there's at least airflow on a majority of the chips. Okay, let's bring this one down. All right, now we need to determine a height, a good height. Where are the pins? All right, so let's go another 5 mil higher, maybe. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we have heat sinks, fans. Yeah, okay, I think that looks good. Okay, so we will, how do we do this? We will do a flat piece. We'll just, yeah. All right, be back.
Apologize to everyone, but at the same time I don't apologize at all. I'm doing this is content.
Line of sight here. So there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the bellow box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be off. CFB, why are you staring? No, it's not focusing on me.
Amazing Shake rated my stream with 15 viewers.
God damn. Every time I'm away, someone decides to raid me. Shake, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. I was in the middle of getting food ready. So this here is roast lamb with peas, carrots, some chips, and gravy. But thank you for the raid, Shake. Welcome on in. Hope your stream went well. If you need to go and raid and run, by all means, go right ahead. Take care of yourself. For those who are new into my channel, Shake has raided me quite a few times, and I do appreciate that. Thank you, Shake. Red Dragon. For those who are new to the channel, my name is Mitmat, and I am a streamer here in Darwin, Northern Territory, here in Australia. Most of my streams are all tech-based, and most of my tech is related to IRL streaming. So I'm working on a current project, and I'm going to attempt to try to use a board this size, and this is a AAA battery for comparison, a board this size to try and do an IRL stream with a camera here. So gotta make food. Oh, nice. I'm doing well, thank you. Mega Matt 79, thank you for the follow. And oh shit, Shake with the sub. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You don't have to do that. I'm okay. I'm doing quite well. So thank you again though for the sub. 29 months. Wow. That's over 2 years. Yes, it is. Wow. Thank you again, Shake. Much appreciated. But yes, go and take care of yourself. Yes, if you need to, again, go off, raid and run, or make yourself some food, by all means, go right ahead. And WT, welcome back on in. So, you want to see the roast? This is the roast. This is the roast lamb right now. So I cooked the roasts in a pressure cooker using a 12-volt pressure cooker. And I cooked it in about 2.5 hours. So not bad considering it's 12-volt. Yeah, it's a 12-volt pressure cooker. It takes time. If I had an Instant Pot, it would have been faster. But you know what? I am prepping on the logistics to see how long it will take if the entire power grid goes offline. I now have the ability to still cook using 12-volt appliances along with my 12-volt power stations. So that's the whole point of utilizing those appliances, is to see the logistics usage in the real world. You'll time me next time? Fine. But in the meantime, let's get started. So, an interesting thing happened. When I was watching a YouTube video on stream, I got a community guideline strike from YouTube because I am also multi-streaming to YouTube as well. I don't know which video got the strike, so but you know what? We'll continue next time. If YouTube has suspended my streaming up for 90 days or a week, then so be it. I'll just stream on Twitch. It's all fine. But since we are here, and for those who are new who don't know what I do when I stream with food, I will watch a YouTube video while eating. So, and most of my YouTube videos are generally, most of the viewing of YouTube videos is generally based on one Korean mukbang creator by the name of Jiang. So, fried chicken. Let's have a look. All right, let's do this. All right, here we go. Let's get the food scene up and running and switch. Okay. Did I switch the audio? I did not. Okay. Interesting. Let's KFC desktop audio. Yeah, desktop audio should have kicked in. There it is. KFC for yep. Let's do it. Let's follow the
안녕하세요,
Japanese
여러분.
way.
제가 오늘은
Let me fix up this
치킨을
camera.
먹으러 왔습니다. 사실 저를 세 번째 불러주시는 거거든요. 감사합니다. 근데 제가 진짜 옛날에 되게 즐겨 먹던 브랜드예요. 여기가 맛있는데 가성비 좋기로 되게 유명한 곳이라서 저는 이제 방송 전에 이제 가성비를 찾아 헤매했을 때 정말 많이 시켜 먹던 치킨 브랜드거든요. 치킨 플러스라고 다들 많은 분들이 아실 거예요. 워낙 또 유명하기도 하고 등갈비처럼 나온 치킨을 제가 많이 먹었었는데 직원분이 너무 귀여우신 분이 이렇게 뭐 써놓으시고 아무튼 굉장한 제 추억이 있는 곳인데 근데 이번에 더 맛있게 리뉴얼이 됐대요. 요즘 또 트렌드에 맞춰서 되게 바삭바삭 맛있는 튀김옷으로 바뀌었다고 해가지고 지금 굉장히 궁금한데 오늘 가서 제가 먹어보고 리뷰를 해보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Okay, here we go. The staff has already got their shirts ready. Wow. That was pretty cool. All right. Thank you again, Shake, for the raid, and for those just want to hang around and watch us eat. Otherwise, I appreciate it. Thank you.
너무 감동이에요. 이게 원래 그냥
It's
프라이드였는데
fried chicken
크리스피
time.
프라이드라고 이제 엄청 바삭바삭하게 바뀌었던 어떤 식으로 바뀐 거예요?
닭 크기 자체가 변했습니다. 블루닭에서 시포닭으로.
시포닭은 잘 안 쓰는데? 아, 가격도 괜찮네.
맞아요.
저는 몰랐거든요.
네.
치킨 가격 이렇게 비싼지. 요즘 기본 23,000원 하더라고요.
맞아요.
가성비 여전히 좋네요. 신메뉴도 나왔다고. 뭐 당연히 더 맛있어지지 않았을까요?
아 그럼요.
네.
또 훌륭한 석박사님 분들께서 만드셨고.
아, 그쵸. 맛있게 해주세요.
알겠습니다. 최선을 다해서 만들겠습니다.
마지막 빰빰빰. 우와, 감사합니다. 뭐야, 아니 치킨이 일단 진짜 크다. 이게 19,900원인 거잖아. 요즘에 치킨 23,000원 시대에서 저 19,900원에 이 정도면은 제가 닭가슴살을 아시는 분들 아시겠지만 별로 안 좋아해서 닭가슴살은 좀 나눔을 하면서 먹겠습니다. 일단은 먹기 전에 콜라 장전. 와. 맛있겠다. 잠시만요. 아, 튀김옷이 진짜 막 영롱해졌어. 와. 저 맛, 예전 맛 기억나거든요? 솔직히. 진짜 맛있었어. 예전에도 맛있었는데 약간 이거는 진짜 트렌드에 맞게 더 맛있었다. 그 바삭한데 약간 두꺼운 튀김옷 있잖아요. 그런 게 아니라 바삭한데 얇게 느껴지는 튀김옷 아세요? 되게 얇은데 뭐 엄청 바삭한데 진짜 바삭한데 약간 얇으면서 안에 닭이 커가지고 육즙이 팍 나오는 그 딱 맛있는 닭다리. 고소해요. 그리고 약간 그 알죠? 딱 맛있는 매콤함. 매운 게 아니라 진짜 살짝 그 느끼함 살짝 잡아주는 그 맛있는 매콤함 크리스피 치킨인데 그 뭐라고 해야 되지? 하여튼 맛있어. 와, 진짜 따뜻할 때 먹어야 제맛이지. 연기 봐. 와. 안에 윤기 보이세요? 촉촉한 거? 와. 기름기는 쫙 빠져 있어요. 그래가지고 더 바삭바삭한 느낌이 나요. 닭이 비추는 느낌의 그
맞아요.
얇은데 약간 오돌토돌하게 그 올라와 있는 그런 거 좋아하시는 분들도 있고 너무 맛있었는데 뭔가 약간 먹방 유튜버로서 바삭 소리가 안 나서 좀 아쉬웠는데 오늘은 너무 만족스럽다. 바삭바삭. 가슴살에 윤기가 이렇게 막 잘잘 흐르거든요. 되게 안에 결결 안에 약간 육즙 있는 것처럼 촉촉해요. 와, 드디어 먹어보는 신메뉴. 이거 소이 파파라는 건데 소이가 간장이잖아요. 파파가 이제 양파, 대파에서 파파래요. 배달이나 포장하면은 소스가 이렇게 따로 나오거든요. 근데 이거를 직접 뿌려 먹는 거래요. 약간 그 유린기 있잖아요. 유린기를 그 일본식으로 좀 해석을 해가지고 좀 가볍게 깔끔하게 만들었다고 하시는데 뭐 일단 부어보겠습니다.
Lamb is always worth the wait. It's delicious, man. Oh. I need to make more stuff for the pressure cooker. So I need to learn more
달달하고
recipes.
엄청 짭짤하고 막 자극적일 줄 알았는데 딱 깔끔해요. 여기다가 파랑 양파를 같이 얹어 먹으면은 더 맛있는 건가? 연태고량은 잘 어울리겠다. 연태고량 너무 좋다. 그 약간 고량주랑도 잘 어울릴 것 같고 파닭 같은 거 먹으면 좀 되게 시큼하고 강해가지고 치킨이 팍 묻히거든요. 근데 얘는 소스가 좀 받쳐주는 느낌이라서 딱 그 치킨의 감칠맛을 이렇게 올려주는. 근데 이 튀김 식감 너무 좋다. 약간 촉촉바삭. 이렇게 먹어도 되는 거 아닌가? 사실?
소스 추가한 거 있어요? 소스 추가 있어요.
쫄먹도 맛있어. 원래 이런 소스 치킨 먹으면 금방 질리거든요. 이렇게 푹 담궈 먹어도 안 짜요. 딱 좋아요. 별미다. 제가 원래 고추를 안 먹는데 올려주셨으니까 하나 먹어볼게요. 잘 어울리는데? 왜지? 맛있네. 이게 하이라이트네. 완전 달라요. 이게 이렇게 먹어야 되네. 그 치킨의 느끼함을 완벽하게 잡아주는 맛이에요. 너무 매콤해가지고. 순살하면 얼마 추가해요? 정말요? 지금 기본 3,000원 아닌가? 안에 또 닭가슴살 있는 거다 보면 또 닭다리살이에요. 다 촉촉하고 맛있어요, 다리가. 사실 제가 어제 엄청나게 과음을 오랜만에 술을 먹어가지고 치킨이 안 들어갈 줄 알았거든요. 치킨을 먹으니까 나았어. 이거 마법인 것 같아. 걱정이 많았는데 엄청 너무 맛있다. 푹 절여지니까 좀 더 맛있어. 양이 저는 더 주신 줄 알았어요. 진짜로.
주작 없이 딱 그대로.
주작 없죠? 네.
가게를 드리고 싶어요.
안녕. 제가 아까부터 진짜 너무 궁금했어요. 이거 사이드 중에 처음 보는 볼이 있더라고요. 호떡볼이랑 새우볼. 생긴 건 치즈볼이거든요, 완전. 진짜 호떡이야. 이거 약간 신세계다. 설탕이 아직 그 살짝 덜 녹은 식감의 그 사각사각함이 완전 살아있거든요. 그래서 식감이 너무 일단 좋고 그 진짜 바삭한 치즈볼 그건데 안에 꿀이 엄청 많이 들어있어요. 새우볼. 우와. 약간 갈릭 디핑 소스 찍어 먹고 싶어요. 너무 맛있다. 진짜 맛있는 그 해산물 감칠맛 있잖아요. 그리고 겉에 튀김옷 두꺼울 줄 알았는데 되게 얇고 안에 진짜 살로 꽉 차 있어요.
소스
뭐요?
필요하시면 드릴까요?
아 소스요? 저 감사합니다.
추가 소스긴
아
한데.
여기 크리미 콜슬로 소스인데 맛있을 것 같아 이거. 이거지. 너무 익숙한 맛이야 이거. 그 새우버거만. 맛있어. 양념치킨은 아시죠? 약간 시간 지나야 맛있는 거. 이 눅눅해졌을 때가 맛있다고요. 아무도 맛없다 할 수 없을 거예요. 이거는 우리가 아는 딱 그 맛. 치킨도 쫙 이렇게 돼 있는 이거. 이게 진짜 맛있거든요. 근데 프라이드를 먹으면서 먹어야겠어. 근데 이게 프라이드 순살이거든요, 얘는. 같이 먹으라고 소스를 또 이렇게 준비를 해줬어요. 소스 특이하게 많더라고요. 할리갈리. 얘가 핫초킹. 얘는 토마토 마요고 얘는 고추 치즈라고 해가지고 약간 나초 찍어 먹는 그런 소스. 일단은 핫초킹이 또 인기라고 했으니까 핫초킹 먼저 한번 찍어 먹을게요. 와 맵다 이거. 매운데 맛있다. 중독성 있는 맛이네. 매워. 매운데 맛있어. 로제 소스 아닌가? 토마토 마요는? 이거 내 취향이야. 로제랑은 좀 다른데 진짜 토마토 맛이 일단 확 나고요. 고추 치즈. 약간 나초 소스 같은 맛일 것 같은데? 굉장히 오래된 기억이 생각났어. 이거 그거 아닌가? 영화관 치킨.
시작하시게.
으아!
들어갑니다. 오, 윅스 뒤로, 윅스 뒤로.
엄청 진한 치즈 소스 맛이에요.
지금 뭐 말이 필요가 없네요.
그 소스 맞죠?
맞아요. 이게 딥치즈 나초라는 새로운 네임으로 바뀌었거든요.
아, 바꿔서 이미. 아, 근데 오랜만에 먹으니까 너무 맛있다. 이게 저 생각이 아예 안 나고 있다가 한 입 먹는 순간 생각났어요. 와, 솔직히 말해서 집에서 약간 맥주랑도 먹고 싶거든요. 얘를 집에 와서 맥주랑 먹고 사실 아까부터 너무 먹고 싶은 메뉴가 있어요. 걔로 대체를 하겠습니다. 그러면은 매콤하게 호로록 떡볶이에다가 먹겠습니다. 떡볶이에다가 치킨 찍어 먹고 싶어. 이게 후라이드 시켜가지고 소스를 종류별로 시켜 먹는 게 그렇게 좋더라고요. 여러 가지 맛볼 수 있고 안 눅눅해지고. 아, 나왔다. 감사합니다. 대박. 나오자마자 푹 찍어 먹어야지. 떡볶이 치킨은 진짜 근본 조합인 거 아시죠? 맛있다. 우리가 아는 그 떡이 아니라 약간 이런 그 넓적 분모자 같은 해장된다. 처음에 새콤했다가 마지막에 그 타르타르 소스처럼 살짝 고소해지거든요. 맛있어요.
정확합니다. 플레인 요거트.
아 그래요? 제가 다 이렇게 아무거나 맛있게 먹는 것처럼 보여도 배달시키면 무조건 한 몇 개씩 시킬 것 같아. 이거 여기다가 찍어 먹으면은 진짜 그 고소한 치킨이 되고 아까 새우브레드 찍어 먹으면은 진짜 그 새우버거가 되고 잘 어울릴 게 너무 많은데 튀김은 완벽하게 다 잘 어울릴 것 같아요. 마지막. 익숙해지가 않아.
사랑할 거야. 4년 전과는 좀 많이 다르게 느끼셨을 것 같은데
뭔가 더 고급스럽고
맞죠?
더 맛있어졌어요. 약간 요즘
맞습니다.
사람들이 좋아하는 딱 그런 맛이어가지고
저희는 또 요거 기억해 주셔갖고 극장판 치킨
아.
소스를
그때 맛있게 먹어서 딱 먹자마자 바로 기억나더라고요.
제가 이 전설을 또 회사에 가서 널리 전파하도록 하겠습니다. 찌양님이 저희 홍보에 될 때까지
와!
사랑합니다.
치킨 플러스 사랑. 또 이 영상 올라갈 때 또 배달앱에서 되게 다양한 할인 이벤트를 한다고 하니까 자세한 내용은 고정 댓글이나 더보기란 참고하시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 10주년 또 이렇게 맞이해가지고 리뉴얼을 정말 대대적으로 하셨다고 해서 엄청 기대하고 왔는데 완전 새롭게 태어난 약간 치킨 브랜드처럼 진짜 바삭함도 진짜 차원이 달라졌고 이번에 나온 이 소이파파도 진짜 너무 매력적이어가지고 포장한 건 집에 가서 맛있게 먹도록 하겠습니다. 전체적으로 너무 맛있었어요. 닭도 촉촉하고 굉장히 맛있게 먹었습니다. 아무튼 오늘도 잘 먹었습니다.
오영환 찌양님 어떠세요?
혹시 맥주 하나 꺼내가지고
아 그럼요. 많이 가져가세요.
The beer. Wow. Fried chicken and beer at home. Wow. Ooh. Ooh.
소스를 따로 포장해줘가지고 굉장히 바삭함. 끝.
Ooh. All right, that was good. That was good. Whew. Close all. Where were we? Oh shit, yeah. Hopefully the program didn't shit itself. All right, done eating. Let's get back into tinkering as well. All right. We are going to be tinkering in the web-based software called Tinkercad. It's currently free. It is free. So I am in the process of building a 3D model to print out a shell to suit the this particular design. Sorry, been in a daze. All right, let me how did we change the lighting steps? Yeah. All right, so let's just go into whole mode so I can figure out what we want and don't want. So do we want to incorporate that as well? I don't know. All right, let's see. Bring that all the way down. All right, so we want 1, 2, 3 mil there. We want, what's this, 90. So we want 3 mil here, so 93. So this will give us the dimensions of the wall that we would like. And this seems like it is a bit too high. How do we want to do this? So we want to also create, that's a lot of dead space here. Unless we create it in several steps. So if we start off with, excuse me. Okay, so if we start off here, could we apply? This doesn't really need to be there, although we do need it for the fan. The fan we could probably shift down to be in line, perhaps. If we concentrate then there's this massive gap here. So okay, we can create a cavity within the unit itself. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Because then we can create a lid that's based on this box. Ooh, okay. Then we could probably incorporate the cable saver into this design as well. That will unfortunately limit what kind of cables we can use. But in this scenario, the entire thing is 54 centimeters wide. Sorry, 54 millimeters wide by 99 millimeters long. Which isn't bad. I mean, if it's in the palm of the hand, this device. So to build a 3D printed shell, there's also we need to design a cavity here as well. To incorporate the on-the-go cable that will connect to this port here. So it's not all bad. That is 1, 2, 3. Okay, let us create this box. Why isn't keyboard? How dare you? Okay, 1. So if we were to control paste, this one would probably keep it as straight edge. We will back down. What's 3? Okay, height wise we can go higher. But in terms of width, that will be 57. And this would be, although that seems pretty high, let's go 58. If we have 2.5 mil wall thickness, that should be fine. This would be 94. And we will increase this 3. Let's go drop it down 0.5. What's that? And then we will oh no 1 2, we will align it to the center box, make sure all the borders are in a good positioning. I will get another, oh hang on, let's copy paste. Let's get this, let's delete that, let's increase this, let's then increase this so we can have a flat top without any potential interference. Call this red, let's double check. Okay, 1 2, let's group these two. So the bottom will be rounded, the top will be, right, let's now 1 2 group this. Excuse me, my throat is just being all weird and shit. Okay, let's go this color here. All right, so we have the 03W inside. Now, if we get a measuring and we measure at 5.6, we should be relatively close to the height. All right, let me double check the thickness again of these standoffs. So let's use the zero that. Let's use the digital calipers. 5.5, yeah, 5.6. So we are probably off by a hair. What's this? 5.6 from the base. So that would raise up everything. That would mean I'll need to, how would I incorporate this? So if we go, oh, if we group everything, maybe 1 2 3 and 4, that might be the best way. And then we'll group it by, it was literally a 0.1, a 0.1 change. Rightio. Okay, that is the case. We could probably make this into a ridge type scenario. Or we could have it so that we could hang it from this system. So we need a, what's this? Okay, let's copy paste. Let's unbreak this one. Let's now alignment. Let's shift this down by 100. This is then shifted to here. Oh. Okay, so we'll just use this as a reference tool. We'll go here, rotate this. Let me undo this, this one. We would do some alignment. This one, group again, color this as purple. And then we will shit. Okay, that will be hopefully enough. Shift this down by minus 100. Okay. So this will act as a all-in-one device to house the 03W. We will have to also incorporate the dimensions of the on-the-go cable, or we will just utilize some kind of a system so that we can wedge it in there. Ooh, that will be interesting indeed. So one thing that I do want to try to do is to create some channels so that we can actually trim down this a little bit. And this. We can probably make a cutout here. Sorry, let's have a look here. All right, so we can. And how do we secure it? Unless we just create a channel enough for the cable to slip into. Let's move this out by minus 100. Okay. So here we have the 03W. We also have the micro SD card on this side here as well. We have a hub here, which we will use as a stepping stone. Okay, and we will. Ooh. All right, let's see what that adapter looks like. Almost the same height and size, but that sticks out like it actually sticks out, which I didn't realize. Okay, so what we can do, let's just make this green so I can figure out what we want to do. We will probably shift alt control and just have this as a increased size to accommodate the USB Wi-Fi adapter. So let's, you know what? Let's do that. That should be fine. Okay, so what else? So that is the Wi-Fi adapter. This we will maybe look into what this dimension is, perhaps. We'll just get that measured just in case. So this is a 12.6 by 6.8 by 12.8 and 6.8. Yeah. So 7 and 13. 7 and 13. Okay. Let's create a tool here. So let's go 13 as the height, 7 as the width, and we will just add a bit of a curve, and we will align it based on this shape, and that would be the entry point. Oh, but then that will get pulled quite easily. And there's no way to combat that either. So we can, let's just put this over here. Okay, so now if we paint this into a more light color, we now need to create some risers such that it prevents these adapters from wiggling out. So that would be 3.2.8. Let's go 2.7. 2.7 for the riser for at least the first adapter. And we call this, all right. And then for the second adapter, we will, well, we don't need, okay, we've created that, and then we need a third one, so we'll just do that while we're here, and then increase the height when we are in a more when we are more situated, more better. Geez, I can't even get words out. All right, let's move that across. Undo. Let's move this to a known dimension out. Okay, so we need to create a riser for the second set of adapters. And that is 4.8. So we go for 4.7. Give us a option. Here we will go not like that. We will go right, let's go here. Let's increase this 5.2 5.25 5.2. All right, so we won't need the entire thing. We just need enough to prevent it from being all wibbly and wobbly. Here we don't need it to be all that way. What's that? Give this 6. Let's go 6 mil. Then that should adjoin to here. Then this should adjoin. Alright, so we can probably leave a gap here. So in case this is either 1 mil across or this is 1 mil across, then we won't have to worry about that. This we can go 3 mil. This one, okay, it's unique because it doesn't abide by the normal set of rules. So if we have a stand here for this one, then we have a stand here for this one. Doesn't make any sense, but you know what? Here we are. Then we have a stand, which I think we do really need to expand a bit, or at least have multiple points. Oh yeah, we can, you know what? 4. Okay, so that is level 4. We can probably do another ridge. 1, 2. Shift. And then 1, 2. We can shift to the top here. Alright, so we have done some ridge. Let's go 4. Fuck it. Fuck it. Do another ridge. Probably about here. And oh, okay, that is just a little bit thicker. So we can bring that down a bit. So let's go to 5. All right. And we'll just do this till it feels right. Yeah. So we need okay, let's go color. So we're just gonna combine. Ooh, okay. We'll combine these. That's going to look weird. And then bring this over minus 150, I believe it was. And then let's boom, boom, shift this out 100. Okay. And then all this should be deadly. Welcome on in. We're making a housing. So I've been playing around with my other 03W board, and we are able to utilize the IRL box software as well as the wrist streaming protocols to stream using either a Pocket 3 or a Action 4. and this is the contraption I've come up with. So ideally, we will connect the USB cameras in this port, and then over here we'll plug in power. So that's the idea, and this is the modeling monkey. Welcome on in. Hope everyone is doing well. So this board is just based on the current configuration at the moment, until I can get better adapters, only because this adapter here is a bit too, I guess, fat on the butt end, because it does cause me to have to create more material in order to hold it. And look at my bodgy soldering job on this board right there. So I am looking at another adapter. So this is a USB Type-C on-the-go adapter that allows for connecting a USB Type-C device and at the same time be able to put in power delivery into this USB-C port. I have found another adapter on Amazon. It won't get out until the new year though, but this adapter seems like it is a bit more flush on the butt end, and it has a USB 3.0 port here. So what I'm using here is a USB Wi-Fi adapter. This is a TP-Link, then it's a 3.0, then it's a USB-C. So I found another one of these on-the-go type adapters with the USB-C shifted closer to the butt end, and the input USB port is a 3.0 port and not a USB Type-C. So essentially this. That way then I can just slap in on the USB adapter straight in. However, as I mentioned on Amazon, it won't arrive until 29th of December, assuming that is correctly labeled. So yeah, but other than that, yeah, I think everything seems to be okay. I haven't done a full test stream yet, so I might do that maybe tomorrow if I can get this part printed out with a relative time frame, then get that assembled. Then yeah, I might give that a go and go out and do an IRL test and just utilize one camera. Oh, Deadly, if you're still here, I found a USB 3.0 or USB Type-C hub that offers, or supposedly offers USB-C power pass-through up to 100 watts. It's designed as a hub, not necessarily a USB powered delivery distribution hub, but from what it looks like, it does make sense. Let me show you. This here allows for 100 watt power delivery, and according to the image, the bottom USB Type-C port is for power. Then you have 4 USB 3.1 ports, and then you have 1 USB Type-C adapter. Now, according to some of these pictures, the main USB-C port can push power through, unlike the Ugreen that we both have, the CM219. And supposedly these ports will also be able to receive power from the incoming power delivery port. Supposedly. I don't know, I haven't tested it out yet or bought it, so yeah. Oh, if you want, I can link that to you later on. I might use this though. Yeah. Okay. So this is the design of the 3D of the Radza 03W board, and then these grey items are all the adapters that I've made a 3D model mock-up on, and this is the potential new board. Although, did I increase this? No, I did not. What is the size of a USB? Okay, let's go Shift, Alt, Control. Let's just increase this. Okay, that didn't work because I didn't have the keyboard on. Damn it. What is... You know what? I've got an idea. Hold. I would just yank off the cable saver from a different from a different model. Action camera, Rock 5A, Pocket 3, Rock 5A, Rock 5B Slim. Okay, yep. I can yank this. Yes. I can yank the cable saver and just plug and chug it here. Whoa, look at how much detail. Let it load. We gotta let it load. Well, I hope you're doing well, Deadly. I might actually do a game of Red Sec or something later. Alright, here we are. I will slice and dice this bad boy. Yes. Copy paste. It's not even finished loading. I might need more. How do we... Can we pinch this one? Wait, what does that look like? Hang on, just need to check something. What does that actually look like on the back end? So could we just slap a... Nope. Well, barely. Here in the front, no, we can't. So it's limited to very specific USB cables, USB type C cables. So I might just design it to incorporate it in a way. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I'll just design myself. It's fine. Everything's fine. So we don't need to go that far. Okay, let's go back here. Let's now measure what this power meter cable is at. 7.3, 12.5. So 7.3, 12.5. So yeah, 7.3, 12.5. So this is the exact dimensions. Now if we were to go to 3, 4, yeah. All right, let's now shrink this, bring this back in. Let's now align it with this model, and we can use that, utilize that as a cable saver type system. So now we can apply another model. Let's go. So let's expand this to here. Let's copy paste. Let's then shift increase the size. This will now become a whole tool. This will now become alright, so we want 12.5, so if you want 2.5 each, so it's 17.5, is that 5, 18, no, for 2.5 each side, that's 5, that would be 17.5, and then in terms of height, what's this height? 7.3, add 5 is 12.3. And this is all this is all if we have the alignments all correct. Because if we don't, then we don't. One, two, three, four, five, six. So we can a massive one. So how big is this? Let's go 7.5. Okay, and let's just bring this in just to see if we have the correct minus 100. We might need to scale this one back to 7. Okay, so that would mean this, this, and this would need to then be combined together. And we have an opening to apply a cable, which will then hopefully mount into this gray adapter. Then here we need to, okay, that won't matter. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's bring this back out. Let's go 100. Why is this color? Okay, so we don't need this one. We can then now slowly apply. This is 100 as well. We can now slowly apply everything else to here. Ay. Why is it so red? All right. So we have a base here. The base. Base. Okay, let's see if we can try and minimize some thing here. Although, if power is going into here, and then we have a HDMI cable here, so we want this section here to be solid, I think. Hang on, let me bring these across. This is minus 100. So I think we might need, what is that really that damn close? Wow, okay. We might need, I could bring this in more, something here to act as a cord, so we can literally tie it to something. So we'll just apply that to here. Sides, let's go quarter. Like that, maybe. Bring that to here. I don't know how I feel about that. Or we could just do a full slice, because all this is literally not needed. So how do we create? This is the easiest setup at the present moment, though. So we just need something here. Okay, that will now need to be increased to here. So now we have a solid piece of material here. Well, actually, depends on how we define this. If we were to now just whack in this, what is this? 6 mil, 6 mil. Hopefully there's enough. Copy paste. We will rotate. We will yeah, but then it might snap. Now, it should be fine. Right? It should be fine. So we'll put a zip tie through here to act as a rope. Could put something else in here, but what? What on earth could we put in here? That might be more trouble than it's worth. So we need to create, if we put this here, then we will okay, so what we could do is copy paste. We could remove this entire section. Oh, hang on. We can just undo that. We could then just undo that. Then we could just literally bring out this. just use this as a template. Perhaps copy paste. We'll group that. And then we'll bring this here. We'll then okay, we need it to be longer. All right, let's go 110. Group, copy paste, delete that. So now if we build a second wall to incorporate that. So we will now, yeah, so if we were to go here, then we can trim quite a bit. Right, so first thing we need to do is to remove this section along with this section. Along, wait, we can just, why am I an idiot? Let's use, because that exists already, so let's, why am I such an, you can use that geometry, pull down here, and then increase up here. Then we can wait, we can go up to here, maybe? So this one here we go copy paste, and that is the wrong thing, but it's absolutely fine. 1, 2, 3. We will now delete that, and that will leave us with a bad wall. We can undo. So we won't go as far. We will, yep. Okay, that should be fine. Here, 1, 2, 3. These will now remove the dangling edges. And then if I now go into here, expansion, and then increase, let me copy paste this first. This will delete, well, let me copy and paste this again. We'll go over here. Alright, so now this will delete that, group that, and then we will keep this as a reference angle, and Ooh, okay. This is a bit odd because it's a very odd shaped. It should be fine. It should be fine. Okay. All right, we can delete that one. Can shift these down, probably 80. Okay. Now we can apply some patterns. This is to remove a majority of material and for better heat dissipation as well. That will be hose and now again, how do we? I can always just drill. The drill. Yeah. Okay. Let's now look for. Let's go 1 row and 6 columns. Let's apply that to here as a whole. Let's also go. Oh, this will be interesting. 1 row and let's go 7 columns, and then we will apply that to here. Ooh, let's go 8 columns. Is that the right height? Yes, they are in fact at the right height. Well, let's do them to all sides. This is 1 column and we have 3. Oh shit. 4. Okay. This is a hole. Actually, we can actually increase this to 7. Yes. And then we can copy paste these, bring it across the other side. Ooh, we might have to get away with only 3. All right, that should be plenty. Yes, that should be plenty right there. Oh, well, we can do another one. We'll do... Oh, it is not the same height. Shit. Okay, let's... this one and this one will combine. Well, not combine, but we'll make sure each of these honeycombs are in the same height as the back ones. Okay, I think that might be good. We might put one here, or we might put the name V1. All right, let's. So this is with the adapters I currently own. So we'll just have to make do what we got. Yes. And then if we were to now bring over the, this is minus 80, I think. There we go. So we have, fuck. Did I incorporate the fan? Okay, good. We have enough room for the fan. Good. Shit. Thought I fucked up there. Nope, the fan is there. Alright, let's see. So we could probably... Okay, let's export this STL. And let's see if, or how long it would take to print. Creality print 6.2. Let's now prepare that to load. You will see some poor stream because the computing processing and resources are being taken. Okay. I think I might need to bring out one of the power to keep the freezer running. I won't take the one from the car. I'll probably use the one in my room. Okay. Let's import the file of our date. Model 2. Let's go to the Chrome. Alright, here we are. This is what it looks like in Creality Print 6.2 slicer software. We will now just stick to 2 loops. Enable support, tree slim, nope, support critical regions only. We don't want a prime tower, and I don't think we need a, and we're just using 15% gyroid. So let's slice plate. Stream will be a bit sluggish. This will take 1 hour and 4 minutes to print. Okay, let's see if we increase a few items. So if we increase it to 20% and we use the gyroid infill design, okay, we're going to slice again. Stream might get a bit sluggish. And now 6 minutes. Okay, let's increase that to 30% infill. Increase the walls to 3. Slice plate. And now 9 minutes. So let's increase it to level 4 walls. An hour, 9 minutes. Why is that? 40% infill. Slicing. 1 hour, 11 minutes. Okay. Let's do brim. Outer brim only. That's going to add at least another 10 minutes. Oh, not even that. What? Okay, we can get this printed. God damn, okay. That's relatively quick. I'm going to go and get the printer turned on, as well as do a quick ooze and glue the print bed. So I'll be back. Oh wait, you can probably see it. Oh, it's not online. Be back.
Apologize to everyone, but at the same time I don't apologize at all. I'm doing this is content. Yeah, no shit.
Video. Oh.
Just trying to sleep in mode.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
The sound of Midman's gun is so terrifying.
And I missed
What
every
are you
single
using?
shot.
What is that gun?
The Carrick .300.
Fuck.
This
Where?
gun
In
sucks.
what game is that from?
Maybe Modern Warfare 2.
Okay.
It's a
I
full
was gonna say,
full automatic.
it sounds so heavy for no reason.
Well, I couldn't be bothered waiting for the bold action to happen, so I'm like, yeah, I want full. I'll miss every shot, but I want full.
There's one there.
And we can now do TED Talks. So the benefits of shitting and coming at the same time. Right, back. The printer has been set up. Oh shit, okay, I forgot to do that. So one thing I forgot to actually do, and I've done this multiple times, is actually change the filament for the actual model. I now have to slice the plate, so stream will get glitchy. All right, so it's increased it from 1 hour 11 minutes to 1 hour and 15 minutes. Not bad. Whew. We are going to send to the Creality K1C. I have already prepped it, so I've extruded as well as glued the bed. And let's now start the print. And it's currently sending. And okay, so this is the camera coming in from the printer as well, and we also have the K1C webcam in, which I might actually reset transform. Oh, it's not that big. K1C should be under all right, while that's doing its thing, I might go and take a bio break. So I shall return, and yeah. Thank you again to everyone who's tuned in. Oh, hang on. I should try and introduce the model as well, maybe. So this is the model. So, oh yeah, okay. I haven't. What should I do for that scene? Never mind. Alright, I shall return in a bit. And what did I just do? Okay, be back Be back soon. Yep. Oh, wow. K1C webcam is part of this. No, that's not what I want. Above that. Yes. Okay. All right. I've realized I might have jumped the gun for printing this. So, if we are to have a look at the configuration, for the time being, everything fits. The problem is I forgot to incorporate the lid. So that means once I design the top panel, there is nowhere for me to screw the panel to the baseboard at the present moment. So yeah, I might have jumped the gun with getting it printed. You know, that it's fine. We treat this as a draft print and then figure it out later on. So the intention is to have a top lid which will also house the fan. Yeah, that's the general idea about it. Hey Deadly. Yeah, I jumped the gun when I sent this to the printer. I forgot to incorporate posts to to securely mount the lid, which I haven't designed yet. Yeah, we could do that. Unfortunately, though, the board itself requires a fan because it runs bloody hot. So I guess I can create something now that doesn't require screws. So let's give this a different color, green. Yeah, I guess I could create something now so it doesn't require any screws, and maybe if I'm smart enough, be able to create some kind of a latch mechanism with the existing design. Although I think it was 2.5 was the height. What are you up to now? It's late. Shouldn't you be in bed, bro? Okay, let's have a look. Type press fit case, yeah. Shift change. Oh, okay, nice. You want a game then? You want to do some red sec? Right, let me just looking through them clips. Nice. Rename them. Oh. No, not game. Okay, fair enough. 2.5. Setting up for next year. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay. So I'm just trying to... How do I create that as a deletion, but then make it... Okay, this... Okay, which way can I go? Well, let's go this way. Just to make clips easier. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Let me copy paste this. Bring it down here. If I were to now convert this as a... Like when someone clips something, it makes a recording. Like, how would I edit it? Oh, okay. As you're the editor, or... Okay, I think I might know where to start. Quite possibly. Oh, yep. Okay. That's... Oh, okay. This might be a bit different. like a vertical format. Okay. Cool. Let's expand this to here, and then we can, we can then create a cut on this weird ass angle. That will delete that. Yeah, so that saves you a lot of time, and that's just for the clips. Okay, 1 2 3 4. Okay, now if I were to create hang on. But they really need to make some tech tutorials and edit them and shit. Yes. Okay, so I need to make a template based on 2 methods. Like you help says a few people now, you can make them, you could help more. That's true, yeah. How long would you enforce your I guess video limit of making tutorials? Okay, so if I were to use so I need to create a template of this design to act as a overarching cut. So it doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, so this is the deletion. Oh, this is the deletion tool. It's like how to do this, bam, done. Ooh, yes. Okay, so we'll combine these two. If I can grasp it in my head. Copy paste. This is now the deletion tool. Nope. This is, yeah, stream elements. You're probably going to have to segregate it into separate chapters. So you probably have to dedicate a video of just setting up stream elements and then have that put aside. Have another video of setting up Lumia Stream, put that aside. Have another video setting up StreamerBot, put that aside. And then you make this new video referencing how to set up all those things prior, and then create actions based on utilizing all three configurations. All right, let me copy paste. Can we shrink? Okay, this might take a little bit of time to do if I'm able to recognize how to get this sorted out all in one go. Yeah. That'll be interesting as well, because I'm not a StreamerBot person. I'm not a Lumia Stream. I do the bare minimum even with Stream Elements. Well, you could do like a draft version, right? and then you can always improve on, and you don't have to upload it. You know, you could maybe ask other people to watch it, Lethal, myself, give you some critique about it. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3. Okay, group that. Okay, that was a lot harder to think about to get done. I don't know why. Okay, so this should be a template of the outer perimeter. So this will generate a lid to perfectly match the bottom setup. And let me just select that. Okay. So this will match the bottom. So I need okay, I need something to match the top as well. That way then we can create ridges. Quite possibly. So we have a lid. We can create ridges to mount in. Oh, but then how do we print it then? Because if I want the lid to be flat. Oh, god dang. Okay. Okay, this is the one and only template, so we won't be able to lose that, or hopefully won't be able to lose that. We'll bring that over to here. We will increase this to whatnot. Yeah. Oh, if I do a press fit in, it might go in too far, and it might cause some damage to the internal components. And yeah, I guess we could do it like this, and then I'll just create this as a whole tool. Yeah, we could do it like this, so that will create a perfect shaped outline of the housing. Then we will match okay, this to here, this to there, this to there. Oh no, we want to be perfect. Okay, no, because yeah, it can't be too hollow. Did you make the circle hex? That took quite a bit of thinking. So I had to make, I made the hex pattern first, made that as a solid, then used a inverse circle to create the circle pattern, and then with whatever was left over, turn that into a hole tool. So yeah, that is the limitation of utilizing Tinkercad, is you don't have the correct tools to do fancy stuff. So let me put that to here. We will now align it. Okay, that should be fine. So let's copy paste. So now what we'll do Yeah, yeah. Considering the limitations of this piece of software, we'll have to make do with what we got. All right, so I've created a hole tool. This will penetrate into the green panel and thus create a cutout for the fan to blow into. That'd be a good video to make. Ooh, yeah. I think it's a very, very specific tool to utilize. Well, it's not even a tool. You had to make the tool. You had to make the tool in order for it to work. Right. So this is the top panel, which at the moment there's no way to secure it. And I do want to be able to print this flat. But if I add notches in order for it to self-align into this case, that would raise it up by a mil or two. But then if I were to print it in this orientation, that's a lot of support just for this top panel. You reckon? It's a different kind of thinking, because usually when you're using like high-end 3D programs, there's a tool that allows you to do an inverse of something, whereas in Tinkercad there's no such thing. There's no such thing as inverting a shape to be the opposite of what you want, such as the hex. And I don't think I can print this vertically either. So, oh yeah, nah, FreeCAD, Jesus, that's too intense. That's so intense to use. I got my mind just like after the first 10 minutes. I'm like, nope, that's too much learning to do. What did I do? Undo. So, whatever way I design this, in this point in time, there's nowhere for me to actually secure the lid with the existing case. Normally I would apply some cylinders on each corner post and bring them down to say 6 mil to incorporate a screw diameter of 6 mil. So that is what I would have done in the past, but because of my unpatience, that's even a word, non-patient, because of my eagerness, there we go, I printed it without applying this, the haste, yes. So we could, and then I would copy paste this depending on the height. Yep, that looks like it falls under the post. So we could apply one to here. And then we could definitely apply one to over here. Provided it doesn't interfere with this section. And then over here, this will be the difficult part, because we do have an existing post from the board itself. So if we were to copy paste and over here, so that is what I would have done, and then created these holes to act as posts for each of these mounts. So then we'll have the ability to use screws to secure the top panel to the base case or your base. And then I would group these. Duplicate. So we can use them on the lid. Let me flip this over. Let's create this edge ridge to be the top. We will then select the green, bring it up to the top. Now we will reselect these two, not mirror, alignment. And then align. And then with these ones, we will increase it just a little bit higher. That then would hopefully align itself to the existing. Oh, wow. Okay. This is dangerous. So this and this, we need to align to be better. Why isn't it shifting? Unless there's something here that's causing it not to align. It is oddly shaped, so okay. Same thing with the holes. They're not, or they don't seem to be aligned. Okay, so I would then create holes on the top panel. And then if we raise the top panel, I will then apply the final, go 100. Move this off by another negative 100, so we can get an idea of positioning. Red is the most harshest color to see. Okay, so now we should have 4 posts inside the case, inside the base case, to allow for the top panel to screw into. Not perfect, and definitely. Oh, okay, we need to redo this because the holes weren't supposed to be that deep. There we go. Oh yeah, no, definitely not that deep. Let's raise it up. Okay, we got through holes here. Yeah, that should be enough. All right, so let's rejig this. Oh, what did that select? There's something else that's selected. Oh, damn. Interesting. If I select it all now, it's fine. But as the previous one, when I selected it, it's selected another shape on the project line. Okay, this one here will shift. We'll shift back 100. Then we will drop. So this is what I would have done if I wasn't so haste. That way then we can screw the top panel into the base without having to make any alignment ridges that I would normally have done for something like this. Being a top panel, we could probably add more honeycomb structures as well. Let's quickly do that. Honeycomb. Let's boom. Okay. Why are you like that? Let's do 2 rows. Actually, no. Oh, you know what? Let's just rotate the whole thing. Let's do 3 rows. And then let's do 4 columns. Wait, no. 2 rows. 5 columns. Yeah, that's fine. It's just for cooling. Nothing more. Cooling and less material usage primarily. Group. Yes. Okay, so essentially this is what the entire case would look like. I might in the future maybe create some kind of mechanism so this can be attached to a belt or a belt loop, so it can literally be worn, because all this requires is power in via USB Type-C, and then we'll connect the camera into this exit port. So I think this won't be much bigger than a Rock 5A. Oh man. So yeah, this is a previous case from a Rock 5A that I have, and then we have this. So we'll be removing this much material along with this much material here. So it will be a lot tinier than a Rock 5A, or at least with my Rock 5A case. But I think it'll be just as tall. So yeah. So then if it's a shift change, what's your start time? You want to fit this to a V-mount. The V-mount will be so much bigger in comparison to what this is. So if I were to fully assemble this now, let's do that. Let's do that. 7 PM. So that's like a full 20 hours. Okay. God damn. Think about the runtime. Yeah. So this thing, from my last measurement, with the fan and powering a Pocket 3, it's not technically charging the Pocket. Well, the Pocket 3 isn't increasing its charge, but it's also not decreasing its charge. So with this, with 2 Wi-Fi connections and also connect to a Pocket 3, this is only drawing about 8.4 watts. Yeah. It could be lower. I'm not entirely sure. All right, let's check on the let's check on this. Okay, looks like we're halfway. Oh, let me check on the actual stats. So we have about 20 minutes remaining. So originally this was estimated to print in an hour and 15 minutes. So if we add another 5 minutes for what's the word? Not alignment. If we add another 5 minutes for initialization, an hour and 20 minutes. Okay, so we're within a rough estimate of that period. So this is using the rapid PETG from Iligu that Deadly has also purchased in the past. Yeah, I have to keep remembering to switch my model in the slicer software to use rapid PETG, because the last time I left it and I forgot about changing the parameters, it treated it as PLA, and with PLA it uses a lower flow rate and a lower bed temp as well. Oh yeah? Okay. What would you get? If you're downgrading from a utility vehicle, what would you get? Does your place have a section to park or no? Do you have your own sort of carport or garage? Or even just a parking spot? Hang on. Let me bring up Boom. I can hear the rain. Doppler wind. Ah, you got your own bay, but your big car will be a pain. Yeah, that's kind of true. I think I left something outside after. Oh, it's in the carport. It's safe, but when the winds are blowing, you never know. Oh, that's charged, Rory. That's good. Oh, the Great Wall. If you can get 55, you can buy a new car parking lot in the city. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. 7-year warranty too. That's not bad at all. So then you'll be even, right? Considering your crypto losses. So you'll be even. The blue one or the red one? Do you want like a runaround zip car? Yeah, I think that'll be suitable. And would you want something to be able to carry your bike, or at least have the ability to put your bike in? in case you need to transport your bike. You could probably remove the front tire to make it a little bit more smaller in terms of its frame. Oh, nice. Or even a tow bar platform to carry the bike fully assembled. Ah, yeah. Is there like a certified dealership here in Darwin that would service those cheap Chinese cars, or no? I guess to keep up with the policy of the 7-year warranty, assuming that is a thing. All roof mounted. Nice. Yes. Got to do some research. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you know, you don't want to dive in head first. Yeah, I mean, I would, because they do sell them at dealerships here. So just a matter of finding one that's certified to perform the services for the vehicle. Every however kilometers is recommended. So you take Dad out car shopping. Nice. Oh yeah, true. And it's not as cracked up as it sounds. If you search up how long does it take for an EV to recharge, it's just one of those things where it takes, instead of you being at the pump and then dumping like 30 liters of fuel, which only takes what, a couple minutes or 5 if that, and then pissing off, recharging EV takes a lot longer to do. So yeah, so as you think about and do an IRL stream with that, and maybe even utilize that that 360 camera that someone in Discord has done. Is it in Moblin? It does sound like it was in Moblin, but off topic. Hang on, let me look. That 360 camera. Yeah. I mean, would you need the chest mount though? Where is it then? Okay. Unless it was in share your rig. Nope, not there. Bella box. Oh yeah. If you're getting in and out of the car. Oh yeah. True. So there's a user in the Bella box community who has been testing quite a few different unique cameras. One of which is a roof-mounted 360 panoramic camera that can be controlled via a remote. So let's have a look here. Oh, I will make the 3D print disappear for a second. So he's using a remote to pan the camera on the top of the roof. Imagine having this. Oh yes. With your zippy car. Yes. I guess though, in terms of rigging up that vehicle, you would want front, inside, and chest mount. Yes. So you have one camera pointing out, one camera facing you, and then one camera already mounted on your chest. So the cameras in the car, they'll probably be connected to some kind of power distribution system from your SIG lighter, for whatever car you get. And then your chest mount will be quite literally your phone and a chest camera. Now, and your M6. So pretty much your chest camera will be carrying all your equipment as well, with the M6 and then power bank, and then the internal car cameras will go offline once you reach a certain distance away, and then when you come back it should auto reconnect. Yes, okay, yep, I can see all that happening. So for Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever you choose to do, yeah. I'm just thinking, what else would you need? I mean, you can always secure mounts. That should be fine. Probably in the allow chat to change cameras. Yep. I think the only issue that I can foresee is if you're doing deliveries in the day, depending on the locations of some of the cameras, how hot they might get. Which is why in my configuration of my vehicle, I've always had to put at least one of the cameras close to an air conditioning vent, so it keeps cool. Yeah. Let's see how far we are on. Oh, sorry, how far we'll have left. We've got about another 10 minutes left of printing, so doesn't look like we have any issues, too much stringing. So yes, new car should have good equipment. Yes, I bloody well hope so. Oh man. So then what are you going to be doing for the rest of your time, your downtime shift? Besides from, I guess, sorting out through clips, are you going to be actually creating any videos, or are you going to put that aside till next year? I really got to buy these things too. Because this adapter will change the layout of the 3D print. So I won't need this angled ridge here, because we can just go straight. But this butt end of this adapter is not needed. You got rid of the SE plugin for Atom, so setting that up at the moment. Ah, okay. Is that for your multi-stream, that plugin? What did I use? Is it 100 or? Yes, I did. Negative 100. So at the moment, this is the type of adapter that I'm planning to get in response to replace. Oh, hang on. Let me bring it up. This one. So this adapter, I'm gonna have to get this one in response to replacing this adapter. For one, this section here, I'm gonna call that the butt end, is too long for this current adapter, and unfortunately that I'll show you on stream. Hang on. Yeah. So let's. Okay, so this is the adapter that I currently have. It is a USB Type-C on-the-go type adapter. It has a USB Type-C male, and then a USB Type-C female for power delivery. And then we have another USB Type-C female for device connecting into. So for my purposes, I'm using this to provide one, power, which will power the 03W, and then provide another device to connect into. However, the butt end unfortunately blocks the usage of the second USB Type-C port on the board, which in this configuration I have to utilize a angled adapter to then allow myself to be able to utilize this port, and then I'll attach this. Now, because this particular adapter has a USB Type-C, I have to utilize another C to Type A before I can utilize this USB wireless Wi-Fi adapter. So if I am able to utilize a device such as this looks like the butt end is a lot thinner, so we could technically just shove it in where this adapter is, which then minimizes this adapter, so we're not connecting adapters to adapters to adapters. And this has a USB Type A port already integrated into the design, so I don't need to use a C to Type A adapter for this USB Wi-Fi adapter. I can just plug this in straight into the device, and then this then will plug straight into the 03W. But we make do what we got. So yeah, this is essentially just a proof of concept. So if I can minimize the amount of adapters just to utilize this board for streaming, then it will make it even a more smaller, compact design. I don't know if I should keep this as a USB Type-C or change this to a Type A scenario, because right now I have this in the configuration where I'll just attach this adapter. This is a C to a A, and this then connects to all the USB cameras, such as the Action 4 or the Pocket 3. And that is essentially the entire board. We just apply power into here and this thing runs. So I can show you now if you want, although I do want to get a longer USB-C cable for power. It's raining quite hard now, so if we cut out, I apologize. Shit, where is everything? God damn. Okay, give me a sec. I need to find another USB Type A cable. Excuse me. Oh, deadly. Did yours come? Mine came. D-tap to 100 watt USB Type-C. Mine came. Shit. Oi, yeah. Let's just not fuck it, let's just use this. Okay. Oh, I also have another thing as well that I want to show off as well. We'll put this aside because then when I get the board printed, I can just get it installed and then test it that way. So let's get. We'll come back to this. Okay. Yeah. Quite possibly. I wouldn't put it past them. Ah, shit. Okay. Oh, we'll just put this up here so it doesn't get trampled on. I got another piece of equipment in relation to V-mounts. Okay. First one was lost? What the fuck? Damn. They must not like you. Oh. Alright, let me prepare a V-mount. Okay, done. Okay. Oh, wow. So this is a V-mount plate. Now this is from ZG Sign or Cine. This is the VP2. Let me bring it up. Damn it, the keyboard's covered. You might be getting a new one again. Damn. Did you order from Amazon? Or did you order from somewhere else? ZG Cine VP2. Amazon. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, so this is the item that I purchased. This is the ZG Cine VP2. I paid half the price, and I bought it from AliExpress, by the way. Anyways, this is a V-mount plate, which has... which I'm so surprised it arrived early. I think they wanted to capture the whole Christmas rush. So they've sent it pretty quick. And one of my cameras isn't working. Hang on. Let me check to see why. It's not powering up. It was on. Okay. And I just turned it off. Okay, it's back on. All right. Oh, we'll wait. Oh, ads. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait. Ads. There's ads on. There's ads on. Ooh, 3D printer's done.